Hare Krishna, welcome to this episode of Bhagavad Gita. So, in today's episode, we will be studying chapter 10 of Bhagavad Gita, verses 4 and 5. So, we'll say our Mangalacharan prayers and then we'll begin. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So, a small request to everyone who's live, please share this class in all the WhatsApp groups and social media as much as possible, because I did not have time to actually announce this and I started it late because I was caught up with something. So, please help me broadcast this class everywhere so that more people can join in our Krishna Katha. Alright, so we'll quickly go to Bhagavad Gita 10th chapter, 4th and 5th verses. बुद्धिर्ज्ञानमसम्मोहः क्षमा सत्यं दमः शमः सुखं दुःखं भवो भावो भयं चाभयमेव च अहिंसा समता तुष्टिस्तपोदानं यशो यशः भवन्ति भावा भूतानां मत्त एव पृथग्विधाः Buddhi, intelligence, jnanam, knowledge, asammoha, freedom from doubt, kshama, forgiveness, satyam, truthfulness, damaha, control of the senses, shamaha, control of the mind, sukham, happiness, dukham, distress, bhava, birth, abhava, death, bhayam, fear, cha, also, abhayam, fearlessness, eva, also, cha, and ahimsa, non-violence, samata, equilibrium, tushtihi, satisfaction, tapah, penance, danam, charity, yashah, fame, ayashah, infamy, bhavanti, come about, bhavah, natures, bhutanam, of living entities, mattah, from me, eva, certainly, prithag variously arranged. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Translation: Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Just a moment. Okay, we'll just go on. Purport. The different qualities of living entities, be they good or bad, are all created by Krishna, and they are described here. Intelligence refers to the power to analyze things in their proper perspective, and knowledge. So, okay, let's go one by one because all the different qualities are defined here. You know, all the qualities that are mentioned in this verse are actually defined one by one in the purport by Srila Prabhupada, and all of them are created by Krishna. Everything is created by Krishna, right? So, now, intelligence. Let's take an intelligence because buddhi is the first word today. So, intelligence refers to the power to analyze things in their proper perspective. So, intelligence um, is sharpened by knowledge because we will analyze things only according to what patterns or what knowledge or lack of it we were fed by whoever it is. So, if we were taught in one way, then whatever new thing we encounter, we will analyze according to what we have already experienced. Uh, so, that is where the issue comes because our experiences are limited. And if we take knowledge not from the Shastra, because Shastra is real knowledge given by Krishna, but if we take knowledge not from Shastra, but from materialistic, scientific, so called observation and experimentation kind of methods, that is bound to be extremely defective because our senses are defective and we are observing and experimenting with defective senses. And that inherently causes a huge um, illusion because we won't see things as they are. So, our power to analyze things in the proper perspective is will be missing if we don't have the proper knowledge with which to analyze. There has to be a foundation for analysis. So that's why we have to have the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita available right from the childhood. And people should be taught. In fact, the entire education system should be based on this spiritual knowledge, based on Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. And if that doesn't happen, then we will have wrong perspectives, wrong, because perspectives lead to formulation of thought. I mean, perspective comes from thought. They lead to formulation of words, and then they lead to further formulation of actions and results and consequences. So in this way everything gets done based on perspective. Truth is one thing, but perspective is what drives action. you know for example, truth is that we are soul, we are not the body, right? And we are related to Krishna and we are eternally his servant. That is the truth. But my perspective currently, in the materialistic framework, I am thinking that I am the body, and this is my country of birth, this is my family, this is my um, skill sets, this is my job. So in this way we are acting. So our action is based on my perspective, um, not based on truth. But if my perspective is based on truth, that means if I am fed the truth first and then I see through the, this is called Shastra Chakshusha. That means I see through the lens of the Shastra. My perspective is corrected because when I see something, if my eyes are defective, and if a corrective lens is put in front, then I will see it clearly. So this Shastra is the lens with which we should see. Otherwise, our vision is very, very defective, very blurry, very defective. We don't understand things as they are. So the power to analyze things in the proper perspective is buddhi, and knowledge refers to understanding what is spirit and what is matter. So that is knowledge. See here. Ordinary knowledge obtained by a university education pertains only to matter and it is not accepted here as knowledge. Very, very important point, especially in the modern context. Because even devotees, those who are not fixed up, those who are not reading Prabhupada's books enough, they don't have a proper understanding. They think, oh, we can, we continue university, we continue Krishna consciousness, and in this way, if you can choose, then you have to choose. Or if you have already done your university, then that's another thing. But if you are not done, have not done it yet, then it is actually waste of time. Honestly, modern university is a waste of time. Skill sets, some skills they will teach you in order to earn your livelihood. Nothing you will know about life, who you are, where is the department of the soul. Prabhupada always asks these universities, whenever he had a chance to talk at a university, the thing he would always ask is, where you have so many departments. You have departments of the earth, like geology, geography, or whatever, um, and geopolitics even. And then there is the department of the water, which is scientifically there is a department, and usually that department serves the political agenda. So political ends. Because if you know about water, then of course you can know something about not just knowing how many species are there, what kind of composition of the water. No, in conjunction with the land and where is the, if there is something, if we can say, yeah, okay, I'll tell you one thing. Scientific discoveries, scientific or inventions, I would say, technological advancements are possible in today's context. They are possible only because for political ends. Do you know this? For example, you can have Google Maps, say for example, right? You can navigate with it. You have, at the palm of your hand, the entire world's map. Basically, you can put the destination and it will show you the path. That's convenience for you. But you should stop and think, why was that even created? It was not created for giving you convenience. Because for giving you convenience, in exchange for that, what are they going to get? Google, for giving you the service of the maps. What are they going to get? They're going to get nothing from you, right? So how are they going to sustain their model? How is it sustainable? How is it that everyone can access it free and then it is still running? See, we have to understand, before it reaches the end consumer, it is given to the defense first. They are the ones who harness this technology. They are the ones who take advantage of the technology and make everything that they can do with that. And then they will decide on what features to release to the public in for economic ends or for convenience. So let them be happy with that convenience that we provide them, while we offer a much richer version of that same thing for our defense purposes, for our political purposes. So those kinds of things. So every technology that comes down to us, like for example aeroplanes, we are flying here and there, oh, that's convenience. Well, the first flying technology or any breakthrough in technology goes to the defense first. It is always like that, and that is how they receive funding. Why does the government find it in their interest to fund certain research and development, R&D? Because it serves their national political, geopolitical defense ends. It serves their purposes, and that's how they fund. Actually, that's how they receive the initial funding, the grants from the government, whatever it is. Of course, some are just venture capitalists who fund the thing, but so those innovations which are not that, you know, meaningful to the defense community, but the bigger breakthroughs come for come to the defense. So it is always for that end that all R&D is pushed towards. So coming back to this point, this education, this knowledge, this university thing, even university and jobs and all this is, again, it looks like, okay, we're providing jobs for everyone, but also it is to further a country's, you know how to say it, financial reserves. Of course it is important, we are not saying no, but the thing is, to fill up the population with sudras with no guidance, spiritual guidance, that will be the destruction of humanity. That will be the destruction of humanity. So this university education is pertaining only to matter. There are so many departments: earth, water, air, fire, air, ether. Mind, psychology is a branch. And human intelligence, ego, well, very vague. Even psychology is already vague. Intelligence is still more vague. Ego, they're almost not touching. They don't even, they're not completely unaware. And soul, completely missing. So universities, Prabhupada always challenged these universities. Where is the department for the soul, science of the soul? What is your understanding of the difference between a living body and a dead body? The difference is the soul. There's no other difference. You can say, oh, the ECG has gone flat. Yeah, fine, heart has stopped. Why did the heart stop? You can say the car is not moving because the engine is turned off. Yes, that is an answer. But the next question is, why did the engine turn off? Because there's a driver who turned it off. So driver is the main thing. So all the mechanics and the dynamics of the car are necessary for the movement of the car. But the most essential part of the car is the driver. Now you may say, oh, Tesla is there, without driving, you can just sit down. Yeah, but still that power of attorney should be given, na? Because it can only move if you put in a destination. Again, that is also powered by all these satellites and all these proximity sensors and all these things. That was created by human being. So you can never say that something is working automatically. That's an illusion. It's an illusion. It's a magical trick only. That something is happening on its own. It's not. Nothing happens on its own. Everything happens by superior direction, by a person. And when we say person, that is a spirit soul. So similarly, the entire cosmic arrangement is going on by the direction of the supreme soul, Paramatma. The supreme soul, you see. So real knowledge means, what is that? Refers to understanding what is spirit and what is matter. And I'll show you a verse, 216. Okay. नासतो विद्यते भावो नाभावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टोऽन्तस्त्वनयोस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, which is the material body, there is no endurance, because it does not endure. One day it will just fall flat. And of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. This is knowledge. What is knowledge? To understand that the matter and spirit, the difference between matter and spirit. And what is the difference? The difference is the matter does not endure, it will perish. In fact, it is non existent. Why will you say it's non existent? Yes, it is. The body has existence, right? What does it mean by non existent? See, it its existence actually is a reflection of the existence of the soul, because the body has no independent existence of the soul. What happens to a dead body? What is the dead body? First of all, when the soul is missing, the same body does not function as it should. So then the question should be, what was making it function the way it should? We say, for example, the nervous system's duty or function is, you know, to have to communicate the sensation from the senses to the brain, you know, and then say stomach's function is to digest the food stuff. Yes, you can say like that, for convenience sake, for colloquial sake, for the matter of speaking. But if you see, stomach has no function, or nervous system. They don't have, because the same nervous system is existing, the same nerves are existing in a dead body. What is happening there? Nothing that is happening there. It doesn't function like a nervous system. Every single part of the body at that time in a dead body functions the same way. It is just dead matter, and it just decomposes. It's all the same then. The entire body, nothing works. It's all just has different shapes, but it all meets with the same end. So they assume these different functions when the body is so called alive only because of the presence of the soul. The soul is powering each of these different uh, parts of the body. Now, even not just powering the functions of the different parts of the body, but even bringing them into creation, like in the mother's womb, the body is created only when the soul is there in the body. When the soul leaves the body cannot function. Or when the body is rendered to such a state where it is no more usable, the soul will quit the body. That we term as death. But otherwise, death, the body is always dead. Like this cloth, it is dead, it is not alive. But it moves when I move. So it appears alive, it appears animated, but it's not. It's not animated, or it is animated, but it's not alive. It appears because I am moving it. When I take off this cloth and wear another one, that cloth won't move again. The other cloth moves when I put on. So our body is like a dress. Vasam se jirnani yatha vihaya. So the body is always dead. You know, not only when it's a dead body, then it's a dead body. Body is always dead. It is only moving because of the soul, like a dress or a car. Car is also always dead, but it moves because the driver moves it. So, but the soul is always alive, and the body is always dead. So when we say that the person is alive, the person is dead, this is wrong terminology, because the person is always alive and the body is always dead. So this understanding, this is the beginning of spiritual understanding, because then it will lead to further things, further ramifications, consequences. Because okay, I'm not the body, body is dead, I'm living, so I'm not the body. But now my actions, my entire life is spent, my time is spent in a way that is related to the body. Oh, this is my family because it's related to the body. This is my country because it's related to my body. This is my species because it is related to my body. So all my actions are based on my body. So if I'm not the body, then why am I focusing so much on these actions? So then I should start to question, then what are my real actions then? If my relationship is with Krishna, and if I'm part and parcel of him, now because I consider myself, I'm a relation of my father, I'm a relation of my country, I'm a relation of my species, my my race or whatever. So and I act accordingly because of my relationships. Relationships propel action, right? Because I think I'm related to the body, or I think I'm the body, I work for its maintenance. I think I have to work for the maintenance of my relations. Whether it is a house, whether it is whatever it is related to my body in some way, and therefore because of the relationships only I work. That is a fact. So now if my relation is with Krishna, then I should work for Krishna then, right? So that's the natural conclusion. And yes, you should. We all should. So then what are those activities going to look like? So this is the whole science of understanding matter and spirit, and first of all distinguishing the two, and then coming to the proper conclusions on what actions or duties I must perform in my life in order to attain that permanent state which I am now deprived of. Because if I understand the nature of both, that the body is always temporary or it's actually non-existent and the soul is eternal, so then why this eternal soul is trapped in a temporary body? Why? So then that is the questioning. Okay, oh, I have committed a mistake, I have gone against Krishna for some reason at some point, and because we're supposed to be with him, and at some point we thought, you know what, let me try playing God. That's when the thing started. This is the punishment actually for that crime. You may say, when did that happen? Well, we don't even remember that, but that past, I mean, that infinite past, it happened. Time immemorial, as it is said. That's when it started. Somewhere in the past, we have developed this because we have an independence. See, we are, by definition, we being part and parcel of the Lord has unlimited independence. We also have independence, but limited. Just like there is tons of salt in the ocean and milligrams of salt or micrograms of salt in the drop of the ocean. So, quality wise, same, maybe 35% of salt, but quantity wise, different. So, similarly, we have the same quality as the Lord, which is independence, but the Lord has an infinite quantity. We have an infinitesimal quantity of independence. So, that independence, we cannot be, it doesn't change. That independence we always have. What is the independence we have? We basically have two choices because we're infinitesimal. God is infinite, Swarat. He can do anything he likes, anything. We can't. So we can only choose between wanting to serve Krishna or wanting not to serve Krishna. You may say, well, I have many more choices than that. I can choose to become an engineer, a doctor, or this. Well, no, that's an illusion of choice. All of them are flavors of not wanting to serve Krishna. Number one. Number two, I cannot just choose my profession or my action because I am given some talents. For example, I may be musically gifted, and would want to pursue that, right? Some people are multi-talented, but still, what you end up, you you may say I have the choice, but actually, so many factors govern that choice. So many limitations you have to work within, right? And then and even then, there is a huge strokes of luck everywhere. Every successful person will tell you that there was element of luck, huge element of luck. So to be even so, somebody may say, oh, I became a big YouTuber, for example, by working hard. I made videos. I researched on the topics and I made videos in this. Well, okay, to be even born in this time is a luck, no? So you may have worked hard, but even the intelligence with which you have to work hard, who has given you that? So when we say this luck, that is actually the sanction of Krishna. Purely we can see it's a sanction of Krishna. Like, it is beyond your control. Yes, some things are within your control. Even those things which are within your control are only within your control because Krishna has given you that control. For example, if Krishna chooses that a person be mentally off, deranged, retarded. One second. I should not be disturbed by this. Okay. If a person is deranged or retarded, then he will not have that control of wanting to do some determination and all this. Nothing will be there. So that even that faculty of having control over your body and mind, and having some plan and having some capacity to do something, is the benediction of the Lord. Yeah. And we can even see this more vividly when we become sick or when we become I have seen, for example, people in the hospital in their last moments. Just recently somebody passed away, old elderly devotee. So we went and visited him in the hospital. He was in a coma now, and then a few days later he passed away. Went to the funeral as well. So he was doing so many things before, but when he was there in the bed, he couldn't do anything. Couldn't do anything. What governs? Okay, for those devotees who have joined in, please share this class everywhere because I did not have the time to share it. I started it late. I just started at 8:25 and I just went live. So please help me share everywhere on social media, group, WhatsApp chat groups and all that, Telegram, so that more people can join because it's an important subject from 10th chapter, 4th and 5th verses of Bhagavad Gita. So please help me with that. Thank you very much. Varun Prakash and Rasanani Mataji are here, so please help me with that. Okay. So, what we were saying? Yes. So, Krishna has to give you that power to do anything. So, when we become sick, we will see that what energy we had compared to when we have fever. Oh, it's just like completely no energy to even like eat, walk. Everything was so difficult. That was so easy before. So, Krishna, when he withdraws, you know, Arjuna said the same thing. You know, I'm holding the same Gandiva. What is it? 1:15:21 of Srimad Bhagavatam. Let's see the Sanskrit. तद्वै धनुस्त इषवः स रथो हयास्ते सोऽहं रथी नृपतयो यत आनमन्ति सर्वं क्षणेन तदभूदश असदीश रिक्तं भस्मं हुतं कुहकराद्धविमोक्तमूष्याम्. So Arjuna was the greatest fighter of his time. He is saying, after Krishna has left, I have the very same Gandiva bow, the same arrows, the same chariot drawn by the same horses, and I use them as the same Arjuna to whom all the kings offered their due respects. But in the absence of Lord Krishna, all of them, at a moment's notice, have become null and void. It is exactly like offering clarified butter into ashes, accumulating money with a magic wand, or sowing seeds in a barren land. So, if Krishna wants to withdraw the power, we may have the same instruments, but we cannot perform the same way. So, when we say it's my hard work, please don't forget that Anumanta, the permitter, is the Supreme Lord. Then the next question comes, if the Lord is the permitter, then is he also the permitter of bad actions by people? Yes. Oh, then how is that possible? Then that means God is not kind. No, he is. Because just like, let's take the judicial system and of the government. The judge, he punishes someone, say to death. In some countries this is there, right? Death sentence. So death. Now the person who judge gives the judgment. Okay, this person has to be given death sentence. Now he has to be hanged. Now that hanging, somebody has to do it. The judge is not going to do it. The jailer, and even among the jailers, there is special people only to do that, to hang people. Their job, they are being paid to hang people to death. Just imagine that job. So he to kill people is not good. For the judge to give death sentence doesn't seem good, and the person who is hanging people up doesn't seem right. But it's a job nevertheless. It has to be done, and who is to be blamed for those things? The judge is not to be blamed. The person who is hanged is not to be blamed. It is the person who did the crime is to be blamed. So that is the man-made judicial system, right? God's made judicial system is way more complex than that. For example, a person interferes with the right of another person and harms him. Say he kills. For example, the other day, Subala Prabhu was sharing with me a very, very profound quote from Srila Prabhupada. He said, people are killing the cows. Cow is the mother. People are killing the mother. That reaction is coming back in the shape of mother killing the child. Abortion. So the aborted babies, they were mother killers, so that this time they are killed by the mothers. Look at that. Look at that dynamics of Krishna's justice dispensation. How he dispenses justice. It's not that, of course, Yamaraj is there who will punish, who is like that person who hangs, right? Or a judge, and Yamadutas are the ones who hang the person like that. We can at least draw a parallel. But imagine this, a person has killed a cow. Now the cow has become the mother, human, and now she's killing the baby. Look at that. So here, that mother is not like a deputed officer like Yamaraj, who has a official position to punish. But the mother is not an official punisher, because by doing that abortion, Yes, the justice is being dispensed to the baby who was a sinner before, killed the mother. But now, the mother is also getting implicated in that killing and she will have to suffer. So then now, you may ask, hey, if they kill the mother and they have to be killed by the mother, then why is the mother punished for that? This is where Krishna's justice is way more complex than ordinary humans' justice system. Because Prabhupada explained in this way that one person has to be killed because of his past sin that he killed someone, and another person wants to kill, so he will bring them both together so that their mentality in such a way that that person gets the chance, I mean, gets the justice that he deserved, or the punishment he deserved, and this person will get the chance to, in one way, give the punishment to that person and also fulfill this own person's madness to commit a sinful activity, because that independence never is taken away from the soul. Independence is always given. So when one is in even grosser, when that does not, even that faculty of thinking does not exist, then he is put in animal life, like a lion, for example. He has to kill. Lion has to kill, but he's not punished for that. He's not punished. He's given full facility to kill if he just wants to kill. But if he has some piety, he's given a human life at least. Human life is extremely rare. Extremely rare. Durlabho manusho deho dehinam kshanabhangura tatrapi durlabham manye vaikuntha priyadarshanam. Human life is extremely rare. So even though we may find people who are who are you know bad, but just imagine they must have had some piety to even be taking birth as a human being. Because you see, durlabho manusho deho, extremely rare. First of all, out of 8.4 million species, we are only 0.4 million. And out of them, many are not here. Some are demigods, some are ghosts, all these are considered human beings, different levels of human beings. So a very small number of them, we call them races, but actually they are, species. So very small number. And even that is in terms of species, classification. But if you see the actual number, for example, the number of ants, the number of humans may be 8 billion now, right? A little more than 8 billion on Earth. We're talking about only this planet. Other planets, actually unlimited numbers, but on this planet, 8 billion human beings, right? Ants, how many do you think they are? They are in the quadrillions, gazillions. I mean, we can't even count them. That many ants. So if you see the number, not the classification of species, number, there is no comparison. We are such a minority, such a huge minority. Okay. So durlabho manusho deho dehinam kshanabhangura tatrapi durlabham manye vaikuntha priyadarshanam. So if one has some piety, he has at least a human chance. But then if he still behaves in a way that he just wants to kill, yes. And if he kills in a human life, then yes, he will have to suffer in animal life, be killed. You see some National Geographic videos, those wildlife videos in YouTube, you can see the animals. For example, a lion kills, right? But you know what is worse than being killed by a lion or a tiger or a leopard? It is to be killed by dogs. There are wild dogs. I was sharing this with some devotees, some video clips of how the dogs kill the animals and versus how the lion kills. The lion is one lion, he just goes and kills, and sometimes it's a group of lions, a pride of lions, they go and kill. But you know how the lions and they kill? They will first of all somehow or other get onto the animal and as soon as possible catch hold of the throat and suffocate the animal and kill. Once they kill the animal, then they start eating the animal. Until then, they don't really eat. They first kill the animal first. So the animal is dead by the time he's eating. Dogs, the African wild dogs, they don't do that. They don't have that power to one animal just catch hold because they are hunting much bigger animals than themselves. So they go in packs of 10, 12, sometimes 20, or even more sometimes. You know what they do? They attack the groin area of the other animal, the behind of the animal. They don't attack from the front because they want, that's the softest part under the belly. That part, the skin is the softest. Belly and the genitals, that area. They start tearing the body from there, and then they, you know, pull the skin out, and then they put their head inside, and then drag out intestines and drag out the stomach, and the animal is still standing and alive. He's trying to escape. He's being eaten alive. That is worse than being killed by the lion. You go and search for some African wild dogs, how they kill animals. It's the most brutal. Even hyenas do the same thing. They also do the same thing. They usually scavenge. When the lions kill or leopards kill, they will fight for the dead meat. But if they have to hunt, they hunt in the same way. They will eat the animal alive. And one will attack from here, one will attack from here, and then when the animal is trying to defend here, from behind they'll come and eat here, and then the animal will turn around, then here they will eat. They're so coordinated in their hunting, and it's the worst death. So that pain. Now I asked this question to that devotee. See, this particular deer, or deer is actually too small for them. They hunt bigger animals a little bit. Maybe the wildebeest or something like that. This particular wildebeest or this particular animal is getting this treatment. I know sometimes they just try to fight with those animals and their stomachs are hanging out. The intestines are all out. Some of the intestines are already being eaten in front of the animal, and sometimes the animal is pregnant. These dogs, they eat through the womb and take out that child, the calf, and they start eating the calf in front of the mother. And the calf is trying to, like, he's still in the womb, dragged out. The fetus they're eating, and the fetus is still alive and is moving like that, and then they drag it down and then rip apart and eat the fetus in front of the mother. Mother cannot do anything, and because she's being held up, she tries to fight but cannot. Horrible. So what made that animal face that predicament compared to other animals of the same species? They may die naturally. Not all animals die in that way, by being hunted. Some animals are hunted and killed, but other animals, they exist and they die naturally. Why is there a difference? Because in the human life somewhere they did this, and now they have to face it. Now they're helpless, and even the perpetrator of such killing is not um, you know punished, and he's not that. Dogs or those tiger, or they are not officially appointed like Yamaraj, but Krishna just places whoever has to kill and whoever is to be killed. They put them both together, and then suffering happens. So in this way things happen. And when one is in human life, he has to pay for that, even if he's arranged, because he wants to do it. If he doesn't want to do it, then somebody else will be arranged, or some other way that person who has to be killed will be killed. But because I did it, I will have to be punished as well. So it is way more complex than an ordinary justice dispensation system of the human being. So we have to understand. So we have to understand the independence that we have. We cannot blame the Lord for it. We are the ones to be blamed. So all these intricacies of who am I, and then my relationship, who am I related to, then what my actions should be in with respect to that relationship, and what if I don't act in that relationship, what is going to be the consequences of material action, what is spiritual action. All these things we have to know. This is real knowledge. This is what knowledge is. This is what constitutes knowledge. And then we know how to explain things, and then we can know how dangerous it is to play with fire, with the law of karma. So going back, so that is real knowledge. Knowledge means knowing the distinction between spirit and matter. In modern education, there is no knowledge about spirit. They are simply taking care of the material elements and bodily needs. Therefore, academic knowledge is not complete. Is not complete. In fact, there is enough material knowledge even in the Vedas. How we can, what is material knowledge? Material knowledge means not only to understand this world, but also how to act, what should be our professions, what should our professions be. And when nowadays people think that those who were doing agriculture, they were all primitive, they're not. No, that is nonsense actually, because for millions of years the earth was existing without any problem. Now we have so much pollution everywhere with so-called advancement. Is that advancement actually? Just because we have a little bit convenience at the cost of such widespread destruction, and it will eventually cause us also problems. Only when it starts to cause us problems, then we will start to address it. Until then, we don't. We're selfish actually. That's the whole point of it. Hmm? So, as long as it doesn't bother us, as long as others are, suffering, it doesn't matter. That's how we look at things. This is animalistic tendency, because animal thinks like that. Because the lion wants to be happy and he wants his family to be happy. Never mind the other animal dies. That is food for me. So that's how he thinks. He just is worried about his own. We are also, as human beings, we are only worried about our own this thing. We don't care whether the earth goes to hell, but we only care, oh, environment friendly. This we're not caring about the environment. Please don't make that. You know, don't lie. Environment friendly. We're only concerned about the environment because we will be screwed otherwise if the environment is not good. So we are slowly realizing that. And now they're saying eco-friendly technologies. You know what is the best eco-friendly technology? Go back to the so-called primitive methods, where all the vehicles are animals. Where is their emissions or something? It's just natural, and then humans just make use of these animals to, and in that way, you may say, "Oh, that is abuse of the animal." It's not, because animals otherwise would just lead meaningless lives. Let them, if human life is arranged in a way in varnashram system where everybody is taught how to become a servant of Krishna, right? So of course there will be economic activities and all, but everything is dovetailed towards spiritual advancement of the society. Then the animals who assist the humans by being tamed, like the horses, like the donkeys, like the cows, like the pigs. Not pigs. Pigs can't be really what what service they can do. They cannot. Pigs you can't. Well, let's take example of dogs. They sometimes guard, right? So of course nowadays they do too much. They sleep with the dogs and all that. So that's not. Dogs should be given prasadam and they will actually be guarding the house. Now, if all these animals, and if you see the demigods, they have their vehicles as animals, like the Brahma, swan, Vishnu, Garuda, and then there is a Mushika Vahana, mouse for Ganesh, peacock for the Subramanya Swami, Skanda. So bull for Lord Shiva, tiger for Durga Devi. So in this way, they have so many animals as vehicles. So if the animals can be serving the human society and human society serves God, perfect. Animals get so much punya by doing that. And if human society acts in dharmic way, in religiousness, and the animals which cooperate with the humans, and not only animals, even the plants, if all the flowers, all the fruits, all the vegetables are offered to Krishna, and the plants also benefit, next life they will get human life. So in this way, they are also performing service through the devotees. You know. So in this way, we don't, you know, um, for example, we should understand one thing. One animal activist, he made a video. He's saying that, oh, these religion, especially Hindus, they say cow is the mother, go mata, but they keep the cow tied. What kind of mother is that? You tie your mother up like that? Okay, so here is the answer. Now, cow is the mother, right? But if there is ranches like in West Australia, New Zealand, you will find huge pasture like meadows, valleys and like hillocks full of grass, and then the cows are free to move. Of course, after that they kill the cows. You know, the first dairy industry, and after that it also becomes meat industry. That is bad. But if they have such, wide grasslands, that's another thing. They can free. But within the, again, there is fence. Freedom means what? You just let the animal go wherever you like. If you want to give freedom to your child, you will let the child go wherever he wants, or you will keep him confined. Keep him confined, right? So animals are like that. So even cow, mother, yes, but the soul in that body is less than a human being. Although the cow's body is such that, this is a very interesting thing. The cow's body, it is said that even the demigods live in the. That's why it is called Kamadhanu. The demigods even live in the body of a cow. You know, that means the representation is there in the cow. But at the same time, the soul in the cow's body is lesser than a human being. So the soul has to be benefited. That's why it is said, Sayava Gokhara, one who does not, one who considers his land of birth as his own, his family as his own, who goes to the tirtha and then just bathes and sees the deities there and does not talk to devotees or learn anything. They are considered cow and ass. Why cow is used there? Go. And who spoke that was Krishna spoke to us. Who is called Govinda, Gopala, who is the herder of the cows. Why did he say that? Yes, transcendental cows are transcendental cows, Krishna's cows. But even these cows, Krishna, they're very dear to Krishna in that way. But the soul is still less than human. Whereas the body of a cow, even the demigods are residing. Because it is the Lord's desire that it is the Lord's favorite animal, that's why. And therefore, with the cows, when we take the milk and make so many milk products offer to Krishna, take the ghee and make the ghee and then offer it in sacrifices and in cooking for Krishna, prasadam, and offering it to everyone. So the cow is also benefiting. The soul in that body, cow's body, is also benefiting. See, um, it is said that cows next life they become humans in the mode of goodness. Lions they become humans and become in the mode of passion. Monkeys they become humans in the mode of ignorance. So apparently that is their next life. So anyway, so in that way, so that means they're less than humans still. You can't speak Bhagavad Gita to a cow. Won't understand unless he's some special cow who remembers his past life and something like Gajendra or Jadabharat who remembered as a deer, all the things. So that is a different thing. But otherwise they can't. So but with a human you can speak Bhagavad Gita. So now, so animals in that way, although yes, mother, the respect of a mother, but still they have to be, in cow shed, there has to be some this thing facility for that. Yes, kind of no independence, but that does not mean we are abusing the animal. That does not mean abuse because they are being engaged in Krishna's service. Because suppose the cows give milk and the milk is going somewhere, is that good? And then the cow is slaughtered after that. Is that good for that soul in the cow's body? No. But if that is offered to Krishna, how much benefit? So, so all these things we have to know. Hmm. This is all knowledge. And therefore, horses, anything, even elephants, all these animals, they can be used in Krishna's service. They can be used. So these were the technology, vehicular technology. Of course, there was also yogic powers. This was there. People could fly and travel in various ways other than flying. Also, they can. Prabhupada said there are yogis who actually ride on the light of the sun, the rays of the sun. They catch hold of the ray of the sun and then go wherever they want. So, where is the technology? Unheard of. But you know what? They have this thing called a light sail. Sails, sailboat, catch the wind and then the boat goes, sail. So that's a wind sail. Now they are having, I don't know whether they have already created or planning to create light sails where a small piece of equipment is sent at near to the speed of light by a light sail. So the Instead of wind pushing the thing, light pushes the thing. I don't know how much it is working, because I had heard the word light sails, and they want to reach the nearest galaxy, the Andromeda galaxy, or even the Alpha Centauri, the nearest star. They say that is four light years away, 4 point something light years away from us. So they want to reach there using a light sail first. Send a light sail there. Um, so if they can think of these things, well, we can have a sail on the sailboat. You can also have surfing, right? Surfers, people surf, or do other kinds. So there are yogis who can surf the rays of the sun, and they can just, without any equipment, they can just go. So these methods of transportation are unknown, but they were there before yogic powers. And in fact, in the higher planetary systems, in the Tapoloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, they are completely in nature. All the living beings, there's no buildings and all this so-called technology and all that, nothing. But you know what? They are way more powerful than the people here. They can do things which we cannot even imagine. That kind of power they have, but they live in nature. Very simple life and very beautiful. Very, very beautiful living with nature. That was what was done even on earth before the age of Kali. Now, of course, many of those things we're not having access to, and therefore we think it is mythology, it is not realistic, it's some you know mythological stories and all. It's not mythological. So anyway, so knowledge means to know all these things, intricacies. That is real knowledge. Where in this world, where in these universities are these knowledge? Is this knowledge being propagated? Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. So that's not knowledge. Then next word is asammoha. Freedom from doubt and delusion can be achieved when one is not hesitant and when he understands the transcendental philosophy. You see? What is that? Asammoha means freedom from doubt and delusion. When he's not hesitant and when he understands the transcendental. When can we be not hesitant? When we know exactly what to do in any circumstance. How can we be like that? To know what to do in any circumstance. First of all, its foundation is in knowledge. If we don't have spiritual knowledge, the previous quality, which is knowledge, then we will be in doubt. Ashraddha dhana purusha. Shraddhaval labhate jnanam. So one who is faithful, he will have knowledge from Krishna, this revealed knowledge. But ashraddha dhana purusha, dharmasyasya parantava, aprapyamam nivartanto, no, that is, I think that is 9.3. But I want to show this 440. What is that? Agnyascha samshayatma vinashrati. Samshayatma, doubtful soul. I am lokosti naparo na sukham samshayatmana. Samshaya means doubt, right? Samshaya, doubtful. Samshaya of doubts. So, but ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. They fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. So, we will be in doubt what to do. People actually, the other day, one boy came. He said, Prabhu, I came into this engineering, but now I regret so much. I should have done computer engineering. I have done electronics engineering. Now my career. What should I do? I have always this thing. What should I do when I between two paths? Which should I take? Because once now I have taken one path, and now I regret because I'm thinking the other path would have been good. So now I cannot even undo what I did. So what to do now? How to choose like this? It's very difficult. I said, well, both are bad. Because the real thing that you should be really concerned about now, of course, for your livelihood, whatever you have done. See, we should don't think that the other side is better. It's not the first thing. But more importantly, Both of these things are material things. Real thing, you're not lamenting that you have not taken to Krishna consciousness, and that is actually bad. You're not lamenting for that which you should lament, and you're lamenting on the subject which you should not lament upon. See, even our lamentation should be properly placed, and then that lamentation or that repentance will propel our corrective action. So I should lament my involvement with material nature so that I can actually involve myself in spiritual activities. Otherwise, there is no fuel. Hmm. Um, Atapyaman hridaye vashitam. So the Lord, He um, is manifest in the heart of the repentant soul. So once we repent our material activities, oh, I have done, Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, they say, Nicha Jati, Nicha Sangi, Patita Adhama, Purushera Kita Hai, Muisa Lakishta. They are saying things like, I am the worst of all the human beings. In fact, I am worse than the worm in the stool. Worm in the stool, the worm which is happily swimming in stool, he's better than me. I am worse than the worm. Just imagine, they're not just saying it, they're actually feeling it. So, that humility, Purushera Kita Hai, Muisa Lakishta. Jagai Madhai, Mui se Papishta. I am worse than the Jagai Madhai. So sinful. So they are saying these things. Um, no, they are not doubting. What they are, that humility is when we start accepting. Because when we know that we are completely useless, then we will start to take shelter of Krishna. So that will propel our corrective action. But when we have confidence in ourselves, oh, I can do this, I can do this, that, then I am always thinking I can do this. I am the doer. So, but when I understand that yes, I have been given a chance to do by Krishna, but I did all wrong things. How horrible things I have done without knowing. Now I have to stop. So that repentance will change you. So, but if we're not repenting our materialistic actions, and we're not talking about only sinful actions, anything that actually any material action is always sinful, is either more sinful or less sinful, but all sinful. Even though so-called pious activities are sinful activities from the absolute platform. Why? Because they're all away from Krishna consciousness. Our real love is for Krishna, supposed to be, but now I have gone away from that and I'm doing something else, and I'm thinking I'm pious because I'm giving some charity here and there. That is pious. Yeah, I have completely forgotten Krishna. Hmm? And even as a devotee, we are not completely remembering Krishna all the time, right? So we should even repent that. See, I'm so fallen. That's why we should. These Vaishnava songs, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Narottam Das Thakur, they wrote songs in such a humble way. And even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Durdaivam idrisham ihajane nanuraga. He said, your holy name is so powerful but I don't have any attachment for the holy name. I'm so unfortunate. That is repentance. And it is not just for saying every day, Durdaivam idrisham ihajane nanuraga, Tranadapi Nichana Tarapisa Ishna, Manina Manadana Kirtania Sadahari, Nadanam Nasandarim Kavitama Jagadish Kame, Mamajan Majan Manishura Bhavatan Bhakta Hetukitway, just like like a rote, like like brainless child. So simply chanting out of rote. We have to feel what we are chanting. Feel. Yeah. Pay some attention to what you're saying. Pay some attention to the words that are coming out of your mouth. Then we will realize how unfortunate position we are in. We think sometimes we are great devotees. Most of the time we think we are great devotees. We are devotees. That word devotee is so heavy. It's very rare. While I think I'm a devotee, I'm actually only a reflection of a devotee. Bhakta praya. Praya means like an imitation of a devotee, but not devotee at all. Because real devotees are those who have zero regard for anything in this material world. They don't care about anything but surrender to Krishna. How close am I to that? Evaluate myself. Evaluate. They don't care about anything. You know, I have to verify this, but you know what? I heard this story and I have to verify this, but it makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. Even if it was not stated anywhere else. But that mood is particularly true. And this is also we can see in the lives of Jay and Vijay. Now, Jay and Vijay, this is of course stated in Shastra, that they were doorkeepers of Vaikuntha, Dwarpalaka of Vaikuntha. When they were cursed, they were given a choice: either 7 long lives as great preachers of the Lord and then return to the Lord, or because they anyway had to go to the material world. Now, 7 long lives as great preachers, known all over the universe, like Narad Muni, for example, that kind of caliber, or 3 short lives as utter demons, fighting and envious of the Lord, and come back to Him. Without the slightest hesitation, Jay and Vijay opted for the second option. We want to be utter demons and come back to you. We want to come back to you as soon as possible. If we have to be demons in order to come back to you, we will be. What are the ramifications of such a decision? For the next billions and trillions of years, people will read your name as the worst demons in the pages of Bhagavatam and other Puranas. For billions of years. Prahlad Maharaj came when? Like, how many millions of years ago? And today we are still reading Rascal Hiranyakashipu, Asuravarya, greatest of demons. Ravana, oh, he is a classic Rakshasa. He is a epitome of a demoniac nature. These things we are hearing about them. Actually, who they are? Jay and Vijay. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying, Asura Sakal Pailo Charan, Vinod Thakilo Bosi. Asura Sakal Pailo Charan, Vinod Thakilo Bosi. All the asuras, we say, oh, this Ravana is rascal, Hiranyakashipu rascal, this Shishupal is rascal, Kamsa is rascal. Well, all of them have Pailocharan. They have attained the lotus feet of Krishna. They were killed by Krishna and attained the lotus feet of Krishna. Went back, happily enjoying in their service of Krishna. Vinod Thakilo Bosi. Bhaktivinoda is referring to himself. This Bhaktivinoda is still in this material world. We are saying them demon, they went back. Nicely they went back and they're happily serving Krishna. We are still here. I am still here. How much of a bigger demon I am? So my point here is the devotees, they don't care about anything. That is the devotee. And in this regard, this story I heard about, Kaikeyi. I don't know, some version of Ramayana might have this, but Valmiki Ramayana explicitly doesn't say it. But Ramayana happens every kalpa. So, the variations. So, once Kaikeyi, it seems, in Ram's, when he was a boy, actually, his childhood is not even described in Valmiki Ramayana. It's very brief and he just grows up and then but this explanation is there where, Ram was, as a child, he was playing. And Kaikeyi used to be more affectionate to Ram than Kaushalya even, his own mother. So, at one time, in fact, her love was so much greater than Kaushalya for Ram. She loved Ram more than her own son Bharat. Then you may say, how come she became such an evil woman so easily? But actually, there's a big rahasya behind it. Because, of course, there is a story. Now, I have only heard it. I can't verify. But it makes perfect sense in the sense that, a devotee would sacrifice anything for Krishna, right? So just like the gopis, they were prepared to go to hell if Krishna's headache would be saved because the dust from their foot is given to his forehead. So the devotees basically will do anything for the Lord, like Jay and Vijay. Never mind, we the demons, our reputation be gone. Never mind, for billions of years. Never mind, we want to come back to you. They don't care about anything else. They just want to come back. So, if Kaikeyi did not do what she did, Ram wouldn't have gone away from Ayodhya. Ravan wouldn't have been killed. So just imagine, Ram came to kill Ravan. Of course, he did many other things, but the highlight of the Ramayana is Ram killing Ravana. right? That wouldn't have happened if Kaikeyi did not do what she did. Now, it seems when Ram was smaller, so he was playing with his mother, I mean Kaikeyi, stepmother. So from behind he closed her eyes and said, "Who is this? If you tell correct, then I will do what you say, and if you tell wrong, you have to do what I say." Of course, by his voice, she will know who it is. But her idea is that if she says correct, then Ram will do something for her. No, she cannot take service from Ram. If she says wrong answer, then she will have to do something for him. So she wants to serve him. So she told wrong. She said, Bharat. And he opened and said, "No, I'm Ram." So now you have to do what I say. Yeah, I will do anything for you, beta. I will do anything for you. Really, you can do anything? Yes, I will do anything. Okay. When time comes, I will ask you. At that time, you have to do this for me. But what if what you have to do at that time will result in the death of your husband? What will what if what you will have to do in the future would make your son reject you, disown you? And what if for the rest of the future of eternity, no one would want to name their daughter by your name, Kaikeyi? Are you still prepared to do what I want from you? Then she had tears in her eyes. She just said, "My dear Ram, for you I will do anything. I'll do anything. Even if these have to come my way, I will do anything for you." Sure enough, when the time came, she had to ask these boons from Dasharath and she had to banish Ram into the forest. Of course, it looks like Manthara injected the whole idea and made her into a this demon suddenly. But by that action, what happened? Dasharath could not handle the separation from Ram and he died. So she had to become a widow. Whole Ayodhya was put in despair, angry with her. Her own son Bharat disowned her. And in the future, nobody will name their daughter Kaikeyi. They will name Kaushalya or Sumitra, but never Kaikeyi. She took all this to serve the mission of Lord Ram. That is what a devotee means. When the gopis said, yes, please take the foot dust. If Krishna's headache was going to be gone from the foot dust of his devotees, and if you are asking our foot dust for him, take. Narad Muni said, "Are you not afraid that you will go to hell by giving your foot dust to Krishna head? In fact, you have to take his foot dust on your head." Narada, stop talking, please. Please take the dust and go and give. We are prepared to go to hell. If Krishna can be happy and we be in hell, that is what we want. Krishna to be happy. We don't mind hell. So Kaikeyi did not mind hell for the mission of Lord Ram. So, for her name to be etched in the annals of history as Ramayana in the sacred book of Ramayana, you think that is an ordinary achievement? You know, is it ordinary achievement? So all those demons, everybody were playing a part in the Lord's pastimes. So they're not ordinary. So when we say I'm a devotee, please think about that word. It is a very, very heavy word. I'm a devotee. We're not. Are we prepared to give up to that extent? That our family may be gone, this may be gone, everything may be gone for Krishna? Are we prepared? Like Arjuna, devotee, yeah? Kill your grandfather, Krishna said. You're my devotee. Kill your cousins. Kill your grandfather. Kill your guru who taught you this. Kill him. I want to say. He had to do it. That is the definition of devotee. Devotee means anything for Krishna. That is a devotee. That means we have devoted ourselves. Otherwise, you're not devoted also. So, where do I stand in that spectrum? I'm nowhere in the spectrum, I'm out. That's what we will realize when we really know what the devotee is. So, we should we should repent our, but if we are not repenting our material actions, we will never come to the stage of, so when I say material actions, it's not only those sinful actions. Oh, I did meat eating before, or I must have done illicit sex before in my previous life or in this life or whatever. So all these things are one thing. Even now, I have been given this, just now we saw that verse, Durlabham manusho deho dehinam kshanabhangura tatrapi durlabham manye vaikuntha priyadarshanam. 11 to 29 Bhagavatam. For the conditioned souls, the human body is most difficult to achieve and it can be lost at any moment. But I think that even those who have achieved human life rarely gain the association of pure devotees who are dear to the Lord of Vaikuntha. Now, whoever, how many of 27 of you are here live stream? Now, we have all been contacted with this movement, Pure Devotee Prabhupada, Association of Devotees, classes, prasadam, service. So much treasure we are given. Such rare treasures, rarest of treasures we have been given access to. And yet, I still have inordinate attachment and attraction for the material life and materialistic way of life, you know, leading the life of a karmi. I have so much attachment for that, so much attraction for that. What is, so I don't know, what is the, how much unfortunate I am that those who do not know are devotedly following their path. After even I know they are devotedly following their materialistic path. But after I know, why can't I apply the same devotion to you, Krishna? I mean, why am I still not devoted to you even after knowing how hopeless I am? Only when we realize, only when we think of ourselves like that, we should learn how to chastise ourselves. Every single day, Bhaktisiddhanta said, beat your mind with the chappal 100 times in the morning and beat your mind with the broomstick 100 times in the night before you sleep. Beat yourself. Modern Western say, "Oh, don't be hard on yourself. Love yourself." This is a nonsense self-love they're talking about. Narcissist rascals. But the real thing is, we have to beat ourselves. You're rubbish. You're a piece of complete rubbish. Okay, that's what you are. So that's how I should treat my mind. Surrender to Krishna. Who do you think you are? You think you're a big Vaishnava? Oh, really? You can compare yourself to Kaikeyi or Pandavas or Narad Muni or the Gopis or Jay and Vijay. You can compare yourself to them. Oh, you're Vaishnava. Really? Wow. Really? Vaishnava. Yeah, very good. Well, who else you have made Vaishnava? You're as good as Narad Muni. Prabhupada. Vaishnava. Think like that. So that's why there are nice songs by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Please read those songs, learn those songs, memorize those songs. These are all very important. How we should think as a Vaishnava. If I'm not thinking as a Vaishnava, you know why I cannot take chastisement from senior devotees? Because I don't chastise myself first of all. I'm always in this, especially the new generation, useless nonsense treatment they're receiving, pampered to the max. Little bit you say something, oh, sensitive, all sensitive, too sensitive. You cannot say anything to them. Shut up, then don't come here at all. Here you come, be prepared to be corrected, be prepared to chastise, be prepared for the ghost of Maya to leave you. Those harsh words are not directed at you. They're directed at the Pisachi, Maya Pisachi, who's holding you haunted. You're hostage. You're under hostage. Under the ghost of Maya. So to remove you from that, the harsh words are directed towards that Maya, that illusion be dispelled. It is to save you, not to harm you. So when I don't understand that, when I don't chastise myself first, even the slightest of chastisement, I'll think like, what? How can he say like that? What kind of language is that? Well, why not? Why not? I'm so big, is it? And what is the meaning of my Trinada Pisana? When my Trinada Pisanishana Tarora Pisashana is tested, then I will test the other devotee according to the sloka, instead of testing myself. How am I reacting to this now? So we have to be very careful. We have to be introspection is something foreign to proper, I mean, modern so-called behavior. Hardly people introspect, and even if they introspect, they should introspect spiritually. Self-beating is what is necessary. Self-beating. 100 times in the morning, 100 times in the evening. Broomstick and chappal, not ordinary beating. Not cane, not some belt, no. Not with expensive Louis Vuitton belt. You know, we're talking about chappal and broomstick. Okay, broom. That is what we should beat our head with. So, going back. Hmm. Asammoha, freedom from doubt and delusion, can be achieved when one is not hesitant and when he understands the transcendental philosophy. So, when we understand transcendental philosophy, you know exactly how to act. Because directed by Sadhu Shastra Guru. But if we never read Shastra, then we are always confused. So, we have to read enough. We have to participate in the service enough. We have to engage with the devotees enough. These will strengthen us. Yeah? Reading on, slowly but surely he becomes free from bewilderment. Nothing should be accepted blindly. Asammoha. So freedom from doubt and delusion. So again, how to come out of that doubt and delusion? Not to accept something blindly. No, nothing should be accepted blindly. Everything should be accepted with care and with caution. Like Arjuna. Krishna was telling Bhagavad Gita, and Arjuna used to, time to time, he used to stop him and ask a question to seek further clarification on that, what was just said. So, that is how we have to dispel our doubts, by asking relevant questions in the spirit of learning, not in the spirit of challenging and proving the other person wrong. No. So in this way, we have to learn everything. Then next quality is kshama, tolerance and forgiveness should be practiced. One should be tolerant and excuse the minor offenses of others. This is kshama. We have also seen, previously in the previous classes, of the examples of Jada, of examples of Parishit Maharaj, of Rishabdev. So these are some of the examples of tolerance. Many, many examples are there. How Prahlad Maharaj has tolerated. So here it says tolerant and excuse the minor offenses of others, even major ones. Well, major ones as well. So let's look at few verses. Um, तिरस्कृता विप्रलब्धाः शप्ताः क्षिप्ता हता अपि नास्य तत् प्रतिकुर्वन्ति तद्भक्ताः प्रभवोऽपि हि. The devotees of the Lord are so forbearing that even though they are defamed, cheated, cursed, disturbed, neglected, or even killed, they are never inclined to avenge themselves. This is in connection with Parishit Maharaj, because he was cursed to be killed by that Brahmin boy by the bite of a snake bird in 7 days. And one part is not mentioned in the translation here is they're so forbearing that they tolerate all this, they're never inclined to avenge themselves. Prabhavopihi. This is not translated, unfortunately, somehow. Although they're certainly powerful enough to do so. Not that they tolerate because they cannot do anything, you know what, we'll just tolerate. No, even when you can do something about it, they're very powerful. In fact, Parishit Maharaj is way more advanced than that Brahmin boy. Then just because he's Kshatriya is not less advanced than that Brahmin boy. He was a Vaishnava, way more advanced than that boy. Power, and the Lord personally saved him in the womb, in the mother's womb. So he very well could have saved himself and even counter cursed the boy to die. He could have done that. Prabhavopihi. He was powerful enough. You know, it is easy to tolerate something when you cannot do anything about it. right? He will adjust, what to do. For example, somebody passes away in your family. Well, nothing you can do about it. You will cry and then life goes on. You tolerate it. But if you can do something about it, you will do something about it, right? You will do something about it. So, if we can do something about, of course, in a matter of health, it is Shastric injunction that one should try to the very last to um, uh, sustain that person if he needs medical attention. That is also there. And if the Lord wills, he will keep the person alive. If the Lord wills, if he doesn't, he may not keep the person in this body. So that is the Lord's will. But we, as a service, we have to try. As our duty, we have to try to keep this. So something in which, for example, this Parishit Maharaja's case, he could have kept his body intact, but he was thinking, what will I do? What is the use? Anyway, this body is one day going to die. Let me take this curse as actually a blessing and not even counter curse. He was well powerful enough to counter curse, never did it. He just respected the Brahmanas because Brahmanical culture. Because if he counter curses, then Brahmanas are like insulted, the Brahmanical community. So he did not want to insult the Brahmanical community. Yeah, did it by mistake, but still I will not counter curse because I want to teach others to respect Brahmanas, and I want to also show them the power of a Brahmana's curse, so they don't want to offend the Brahmanas in the future. Not that I counter curse and then everybody will think, yeah, these Brahmanas, can be counter cursed, by powerful something. The people will lose respect maybe for Brahmanas. So whatever it is, I don't want them to lose respect. For that reason, I will not counter curse. Although I'm powerful enough, I'll take it and I'll make the best use of it. And he did indeed make the best use of it, and he gave Bhagavatam to the whole world because of that. So, you know, this is Rishit Maharaj. Then we have Rishabdev. 530. Rishabdev began to tour through cities, villages, mines, countrysides, valleys, gardens, military camps. This was when he was Avadhut. After his kingly, he became like a Babaji, that time. Valleys, gardens, military camps, cow pens, the homes of cowherdmen, transient hotels, hills, forests, and hermitages. Wherever he traveled, all bad elements surrounded him, just as flies surround the body of an elephant coming from a forest. He was always being threatened, beaten, urinated upon, and spat upon. Sometimes people threw stones, stool, and dust at him, and sometimes people passed foul air before him. Thus, people called him many bad names and gave him a great deal of trouble. But he did not care about this, for he understood that the body is simply meant for such an end. He was situated on the spiritual platform, and being in his spiritual glory, he did not care for all these material insults. In other words, he completely understood that matter and spirit are separate, and he had no bodily conception. Thus, without being angry at anyone, he walked through the whole world alone. And this tolerance is what the devotees also tolerate to the extent. Look at the tolerance of Kaikeyi, for example, this night, or Ravana. Nobody will name their son Ravana unless he's some DMK fellow. Then maybe he will. But though nobody will name their son Hiranyakashipu, Ravana, Kumbhakarna, nobody, nobody will name the daughter Kaikeyi or Putana. But they did all these things in order to assist in the Lord's pastimes. They did anything. Never gonna get a bad name. That is also tolerance, na? How much tolerance? Even after they died, they have to tolerate. They are in the spiritual world, and their name is known in the material world as the worst demon. And they are in the spiritual world serving Krishna. And here they are being, the reputation is completely gone. So this is why they can do it, these things, because they just only for Krishna. Anything for Krishna. That's a devotee. Kshama. And it's another word. Another verse. Okay. See, there is the other day I was reading about Bharat Maharaj, also the similar explanation. Jada Bharat. He was given, he was treated very badly by his stepbrothers and everything, but he's absolutely did not mind. So let's read. क्षिप्तो वमानितो सद्भिः प्रलब्धो सूयितोऽथवा ताडितः सन्निरुद्धो वा व्यत्या वा परिहापितः निष्ठ्युतो मूत्रितो वाग्ञैर्बहुधैवं प्रकम्पितः श्रेयस्कामः कृच्छ्रगत आत्मनात्मानमुद्धरेत्. Even though neglected, insulted, ridiculed, or envied by bad men, or even though repeatedly agitated by being beaten, tied up, or deprived of one's occupation, spat upon, or polluted with urine by ignorant people, one who desires the highest goal in life should, in spite of all these difficulties, use his intelligence to keep himself safe on the spiritual platform. Now, these things will, like what Rishabdev went through. Yeah, physically, if you throw stones at a person, yeah, physically it will hurt. But throwing stool or urine won't hurt the person physically. Mentally, it will hurt, right? Haridas Thakur, Prahlad Maharaj, they were beaten. Haridas Thakur was beaten in 22 marketplaces. Physical pain. So mental, physical torture, anything, devotees are prepared to go to through anything for Krishna, and they never deviate. Compared to all of that, what is the chastisement by the devotee for my own benefit? That too, if I can take good lesson from the chastisement, it's good for me. Why should I be angry at that devotee? So this is we will be angry. A murkha, उपदेशो हि मूर्खानां prakopaya nashantaye. So a fool, when he is given a good direction, good instruction, he will become angry, but he will not take the good instruction. So who is a fool? Murkha, who cannot understand matter and spirit. If he really understands matter and spirit, he will know how to take chastisement. Why? Because the chastisement is directed towards separating the matter and the spirit. My materialistic tendencies, my activities which will continue my material life, is being discouraged and attacked so that I come out of that. My mentality which will drive me towards continued birth and death is being cut by that harsh words. So it is actually my material life which is being cut so that the spirit soul can unrestrictedly enjoy spiritual life, which is why that sharp words are used to cut away the bonds of, when you're tangled in a net. There are these videos, wildlife videos again. When the fish is caught in a net and fishing line, they're just trapped. Some what is it called? These sharks or sometimes fish. And sometimes even birds. So sometimes there's videos short. Those YouTube short. The small videos. So they cut open all the things and let the animal free. You need a sharp instrument for that. And when the person is actually coming to save the animal, in the beginning, the animal actually thinks that he is attacking him and he will try to, defend himself and become hysterical. But slowly, when the person, shows some care and tries to cut open the things, the animal tries to understand. Yes, actually, he's trying to save me. So he will just wait there and let the sharp instrument be used. Although the sharp instrument is actually very, when they see, they know it can kill them, but they allow the human to just cut away because they understand that this sharp instrument is used to save me, not to kill me. Even the animals understand that. We don't. We are stupid enough not to understand. And we find fault with the devotees who are applying the sharp instrument to cut away our Maya Jal, the net of Maya, in which we are trapped. They're cutting away those knots which are keeping us bound in this material world, but we don't realize that. We think they're cutting us. They're not cutting us. So we don't distinguish what is matter and what is spirit. And therefore, people misunderstand what chastisement is. Well, So we have to be careful. This kshama we have to employ very nicely, and then we will grow without, you know, without bounds. We will grow very fast. We will make a lot of advancement if we know how to take things, how to take situations, and that depends on how much we read Prabhupada's books every single day. Because only then we will see things in the proper perspective. And told you the Shastric lens, Shastra Chakshusha. Our vision will be corrected by the lens of Shastra. Then we'll see things as they are. Otherwise, we'll see things with our mundane perspectives. We'll get everything wrong. Everything we will get wrong. So, going back, Kshama we have seen. Satyam, this is another very important thing. Satyam, truthfulness means, what's the time? Oof, 10 o'clock. But we don't have a choice. We will go through the entire purport. Sorry, I started late today. I was busy with something. So, okay, Satyam, truthfulness means that facts should be presented as they are for the benefit of others. For the benefit of others. The facts should not be misrepresented. According to social conventions, it is said that one can speak the truth only when it is palatable to others. But that is not truthfulness. The truth should be spoken in a straightforward way so that others will understand actually what the facts are. If a man is a thief and if people are warned that he is a thief, that is truth. Let's highlight that. When we expose people like Sadhguru or Shankaracharya, or Shankaracharya is a different league because he's the original Adi Shankaracharya. He's ordered by Narayan to do so, but still he's defective in the philosophy. He also accepts his philosophy is defective, but we have to show the defect of that philosophy. Sadhguru, well, he's himself a nonsense. I mean, Jaggi Vasudeva. And because he doesn't represent Krishna. Yeah, he can satisfy some people, with some motivational talk and with his ornamental way of presentation, but substance is nonsense because it's not supported by Shastra. He's against Shastra. So similarly, there are so many others like that. So when we expose these people, because they are thief, they are stealing the propensity of service to Krishna of people to themselves. They're making the people serve them and their agenda, their listen. No, you have to make them serve Krishna and spread his message. Don't spread your message. Your message is useless. Spread Krishna's message. But they don't do that. So they're stealing. Everything and everyone belongs to Krishna. We have to employ them in Krishna's service. But they employ them in some other service, which Krishna did not ask us to do. So, what is that? Thief. Thief. So, if a man is a thief and if people are warned that he is a thief, that is truth. People may not understand, people may not agree, may not be palatable, but it still has to be spoken. Although sometimes the truth is unpalatable, one should not refrain from speaking it. Truthfulness demands that the facts be presented as they are for the benefit of others. That is the definition of truth. You know what comes with the propagation of truth? Titikshavaha karunikaha. Karunikaha means these are some of the ornaments of sadhu. That he is very merciful and he is very tolerant. When a person speaks in the way, like, exposing these rascals, cheaters, or chastising a devotee, to correct him, people think, hey, well, there is no merciful nature in him. He's chastising so cruel words he's using, or harsh words. For them, it sounds harsh. Actually, it isn't. They're not harsh. They perfectly make sense if you understand what is matter and spirit. But anyway, people think harsh. Then, when we expose this one, where is the tolerance of this person? He's not at all tolerant. He's not, there's no mercy, there's no tolerance. Where is Titikshava? Where is Karunika? And people will attack. They will attack. They will try to find fault and they will try to attack. Then one has to employ tolerance, kshama, titikshavaha, and karunika. Karunika means he has to speak the truth for the benefit of others. And actually, that is mercy, karunika. But his truth is not appreciated because it's not palatable. And they attack. Well, titikshavaha, but still karunika. One has to tolerate all that hate that one may get by for speaking the truth, but still continue speaking the truth for their benefit. It is like this: a mentally deranged person, when he is being treated by a doctor, sometimes he may say things to the doctor like, you are mad, I am not mad, you are nonsense. The doctor has to be tolerant and still administer the treatment, whatever it is. So people are mad because material. Everybody is mad. They don't like being called mad, but truth has to be spoken. So sometimes this truth will be spoken and then it may not be palatable, but still it has to be spoken. Of course, it's not that we go around and shout at everybody, or rascal, rascal, rascal. But we have to impress upon them that this is rascaldom, materialistic way of life. And people may not like it. And people who are cheaters, who are sold out to these cheaters, they may not like when we attack or when we expose them. Doesn't matter, but we have to still do it, not not out of hatred for the cheater and not out of hatred for the cheated, but out of hatred for the process of cheating, because that is a trick of Maya, and that's what we have to fight. And the cheater is representing that trick of Maya. Well, he has to be exposed, his philosophy has to be exposed only for the benefit, only with the mentality of Karunika, for showing mercy, to be helpful to others. It should come from that place. It should never come from hatred. It should never come from place of violence. Never. Violence should never be directed. Especially in Kali Yuga, violence, there's no place for violence. Yes, previous yugas there were weapons and everything, but today's context, that is not necessary. Well, if it is necessary, it has to be employed. That's another thing. We're not going to shy away from applying violence when it is necessary. But with the law and order that is there and currently, there's no need of doing that. Because that is the way of, and especially Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also taught us in this Kali Yuga. He also shed weapons. He also shed weapons. He did not take up weapons. So he has taught us a way in which we can cut their or attack their demoniac tendencies by not attacking them physically, philosophically and intellectually attack, spiritually attack it, but not physically. So we kill their demonic tendencies and bring them to Krishna. That's the whole point of defining of actually telling the truth. So that is actually daya, or non-violence. Propagating the truth is actually non-violence. Why? Because violence, jiva himsa, jiva himsana. Um, yeah. The word jiva himsa, envy of other living entities, actually means stopping the preaching of Krishna consciousness. This is the ultimate definition of violence. Violence means by stopping the preaching of Krishna consciousness. When we stop preaching, that is violence. And Krishna does not like it, who are violent, right? Teaching work is described as paropakar, welfare activity for others. Those who are ignorant of the benefits of devotional service must be educated by preaching. If one stops preaching and simply sits down in a solitary place, he is engaging in material activity. If one desires to make a compromise with the Mayavadis, he is also engaged in material activity. A devotee should never make compromises with non-devotees. This is all himsa, violence. Acting as a professional guru, mystic yogi, or miracle man, one may cheat and bluff the general public and gain fame as a wonderful mystic. But all this is considered to be dust, straw, and grains of sand within the heart. This is what himsa is: violence, to not preach. Violence means to commit, cause suffering to others. Well, if we don't preach, we're causing suffering to them. That is violence. The only way they can mitigate their suffering, the only way to mitigate their suffering is to preach Krishna consciousness. If they become Krishna conscious, then yes. So for that, truth has to be spoken. I cannot just speak to them palatable bluffs. That I should not do. That is a what is a non-honorable work. It is a work of a criminal to speak palatable bluff. You know, there's no honor in that. I should rather be ready to face all criticism. Jesus Christ was crucified, nailed to the cross for speaking the truth. But still, he never stopped speaking the truth. So we should be ready for that. We should be ready for being nailed. Oh, I'm speaking the truth, but nobody is, giving me, nobody's understanding it. Why am I getting depressed? Why am I getting depressed if nobody's understanding it or nobody, and people actually criticizes? Why should I get depressed? That's why I always say to many people, I welcome hate comments on my videos. When I expose these rascals and people write hate comments, I love it. That means it is successful. I am being blessed by Vaishnavas like Jesus Christ, Haridas Thakur, Prahlad Maharaj. That is blessing. Because that's like nails. I mean, it's nothing compared to nails on a cross, right? Nailing the body. So, or whipping like the Haridas Thakur went through, or throwing from the cliff as Prahlad Maharaj went through. None of that. Our Pandavas went through so much harassment by the Kauravas. None of that. It's not even comparable. Just hate comments. So what? It's not even a big price to pay to preach. Yeah, sometimes it can get a little more, the situation can escalate. But we should not only just look for fights. That one thing we have to understand. Fight may come our way, but we have to be Ajata Shatru. We cannot have enemies. We should not have enemies. We should work for their benefit. But we should expect hate in return because they don't understand that it is there for their benefit that we are speaking. We should expect that in this material world, people are mad. And we should expect mad people to behave madly. If they accept it and actually change and become devotees, that is a bonus. People may not accept. And that's why Prabhupada said, if my books can even change one person to become a devotee, I will consider my movement a success. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur used to say that as well. Even if one person changes, so he's not expecting majority to change a lot. But do we want to be part of that fortunate minority or the unfortunate majority? We should want to be part of the unfortunate minority and help entire population. At the same time, be ready that only a fortunate minority will accept the truth. Not everybody will do. Just because we're getting a lot of good comments doesn't mean it's correct. If it is correct and we're getting a lot of good comments, it is a bonus. In fact, that's rare in this material world because Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kaschit Yatati Siddhaye Yatatam Abhisiddhanam Kaschin Vyaktimam Tattvataha. Very one in millions will only understand. So if more than one in a million understands, that's actually a huge bonus. That's a special mercy of the Lord that some people are actually accepting. But by a vast margin, we should expect hate to come our way if we are speaking the truth. Prabhupada never wanted to pander to the public and satisfy them. No, he said, change their idea to come to our idea. Don't change our thing to suit their idea. No, they must come to suit our idea. Our idea means Krishna's idea. So that is the only way. That is real preaching. No compromise. Tell it in a way, of course, in a language that is as palatable as possible, but still never compromise it. Like Prabhupada, He did not go to America and say, rascal, 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 hey, you rascal, hey, come, come, you rascal. He did not say that. But he proved to them that they are rascals, but in a way that is understandable. But still, some people found it offensive. Okay, then let them. So we should, yes, as much as possible, talk in a gentlemanly way, but just mention the truth as it is. That's it. And just mentioning the truth also will hurt many people, and let that be. So what to do? Some will be like that. Aero Prabhu is saying, imagine what a minority indeed. Only 20% is hearing this lecture right now. Well, hmm. So, going back. So that's the truth. Yeah. Next, Shama Dama. Control of the senses means that the senses should not be used for unnecessary personal enjoyment. There is no prohibition against meeting the proper needs of the senses, but unnecessary sense enjoyment is detrimental for spiritual advancement. This is called atyahara. Not only eating, ahara means to satisfy the stomach, but to also satisfy every sense. That is, sense gratification is actually ahara. So, senses have to be satisfied as much as is necessary, but unnecessarily for personal sense enjoyment. So this is more difficult to follow in today's context because of the social media and the phones that we have in our hands. Sense gratification in our pocket. At a moment's notice, at our own free will, we can whip out the phone and then have sense gratification literally at our fingertips. So, you know, Ajamil had to control himself when he saw a low class couple enjoying when the clothes became a little loose. But today you just have to open the phone in a private space in a room, and then you can see entirely everything. So, how much self control we have to exercise on ourselves? So, only as much as is necessary, and this is where the example of a tortoise comes. Yada samharate chayam kurmongani vasarvashah indriyani indriyarthebhyas tasya prajna pratishtita. 258. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects as a tortoise draws its limbs within the shell is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. A tortoise not only withdraws senses, he can manifest his limbs or withdraw at will. So, similarly, our senses should be fully engaged when using in Krishna service, other times withdraw and introspect and read and input, spiritual input, and then bring out spiritual output. Don't bring in material input and do material output. No. So that is an art to live like that, and that is how we should live. All our activities dovetailed in Krishna's service. Everything that we have, everything that we do, should be dovetailed in Krishna's service. All these technological inventions, they are powerful weapons. Just like any sword, you can use that sword to cut the knots of Maya or cut yourself. So we often than not cut ourselves with those sharp instruments of these technology powerhouses. But we should use this. The advantage of this is it's a broadcasting device. You had to pay so much to get a half an hour airtime before on a TV or a radio. Now, at will, you can broadcast and you can have thousands and millions of people watching you. So, if we have a broadcasting device in our pocket, what are we doing looking at the broadcasts of others? What benefit do we have? Where, whereas we can actually churn out all the relevant content and spread it out in the world. So we don't have to take anyone's permission to do so. We just have to do it. So amazingly powerful technology, misused though. So we have to be very careful in how we say yukta vairagya. How much we are yukta, how much we are vairagya, we have to know. Vairagya means not one single thing for sense gratification, but yukta means everything for Krishna. But if I use everything for sense gratification and nothing for Krishna, is that yukta vairagya? You know. So introspect, how much of it is yukta and how much is it vairagya? I have to introspect whatever I'm doing, how much of it is devotional service actually in my mind. Am I just officially doing devotional service? And where is my mind? Is my mind in materialistic activities? Or am I fully involved? So we should always introspect and correct ourselves, beat ourselves with the broomstick and that chappal, that slippers, so that we always keep ourselves in focus. And that happens when we regularly read and, you know. Now, control the senses. Okay. Therefore, the senses should be restrained from unnecessary use. Similarly, one should restrain the mind from unnecessary thoughts. That is called shama. Restriction of or control of the senses is called dhamma. Control of the mind is called shama. One should not spend one's time pondering over earning money. Oh, come on, let's highlight that. Hare Krishna. One should not spend one's time pondering over earning money. That is a misuse of thinking power. Today, even devotees think of how to earn money. Sometimes they work. I don't understand. Do they really have to work? Do they really have to work? Husband and wife both work. I was just discussing that with some devotees. Why? Actually, is there a necessity for the work to be done? Or is it just like time pass? Is there a pressing need that you're going to die if you don't work? Most often than not, it's not a dying pressing need. Yes, here and there may be exceptions where there is some real emergency, and somehow making ends meet. There is some a season of one's life where for a certain while one has to work, both working and working very hard, whatever, maybe to pay off some debts, whatever it is. But sometimes, many of the times, in fact, we make those. For example, I'll tell you, devotees themselves, Prabhu, I have to work, Prabhu. Okay, so why? Because children's education is there. Well, my point is, why is their education has to be paid for? What education are you talking about? Oh, Prabhu, university. Well, why should they go to university in the first place? These costs come because we have created those things. Why is university necessary in the first place? We have to have enough education just for us to able to read, write, and be able to analyze things. That's enough. And then read Prabhupada's books after that. We will know about the whole world just by reading Prabhupada's books. And that, so as long as one can read and do mathematics and can have a general history understanding, historical and geographical understanding, Prabhupada said that's enough. A little bit of course, we should know how to use our technology, and that we can learn. We can learn from, especially today. You can learn from YouTube how to, you know, do video editing. I did so many videos on my channel. Not so many, not so many, but I edited. How did I go to video media diploma or some degree? Nothing. I just watched some YouTube videos. I learned how to cut the video and then I cut. That's it. That's how I made videos. And so many people are appreciating that, right? And now I'm doing this live stream. How to do this live stream? Well, the technology is let people work hard. Ajagar vritti, Prabhupada said. Let them work hard. We will take advantage. What is Ajagar vritti? Means the manner of the snake. Let us adopt the manner of the snake. What is that? There are two things. One is, he waits for the, he stays in one place and waits for the food to come. When it comes, he just takes. He doesn't make extraneous effort. But the other thing is, the mouse, he makes the holes. He digs and makes all the holes. Snake doesn't make the holes. Mouse make the holes. Snake just goes there, eats the mouse, stays in that hole. The mouse worked hard for the hole, but snake is enjoying. We will do that. Let the other people who are already anyway majority, the so-called unfortunate majority who are Shudras, have already come up with so much technological advancement. They're anyway not going to stop doing that unless our preaching gets involved to a big this thing. You know, we will use their hard work, ajagar vritti. Let us not crack our head to create all these technologies. They are already created, right? We will use it in Krishna's service. In that way, whoever has created these technologies, they will also be benefited in somehow. It will be used in some Krishna service. Otherwise, they're going to hell because they're giving facility to everybody for everybody to live stream, right? Everybody is live streaming and putting so much content on the internet that is useless. So at least the devotees can do something. We can do something, and then they can get some benefit out of it. So ajagar vritti, let them create the system. If they don't create yet, well and good. Whatever is there, we will just use. We will not crave for a system. But if there is a system, we will use it to kill their own agenda. Like the mouse, he created the tunnel, but he was killed and he nicely stayed. So we will use their own technologies against them. In the sense, their initial thing was to sense gratification and all these things. We will attack that. We will try to kill that by using their own technologies. Ajagravriti. If you know anything about martial arts, the most effective martial artist is he who can use that opponent's power against himself. Like judo or jujitsu. You don't have to be a heavily muscular person to do that, to fight. Even if the other person is strong, if you know how movement, you can use his own movement against him. So that is more powerful than, you know, more effective than just brute strength and no understanding of tactics. And we should be tactful. Now, regarding misuse of thinking power, earning money, what is that verse? 11:3:19, is it? This is one. नित्यार्थदेन वित्तेन दुर्लभेनात्ममृत्युना गृहापत्याप्तपशुभिः का प्रीतिः साधितैश्चलैः. Wealth is a perpetual source of distress. It is most difficult to acquire and is virtual death for the soul. Therefore, what satisfaction does one actually gain from his wealth? Similarly, how can one enjoy any genuine happiness from those things that are gained or maintained by one's hard-earned money, such as home, children, relatives, and domestic animals, since they're all temporary? Hmm. And what are the 15 undesirable qualities? Hmm. Oh, this is 11, 23, 18, and 19. Okay. Theft, violence, speaking lies, duplicity, lust, anger, perplexity, pride, quarreling, enmity, faithlessness, envy, and the dangers caused by women, gambling, and intoxication are the 15 undesirable qualities that contaminate men because of greed for wealth. Although these qualities are undesirable, men falsely ascribe value to them. One desiring to achieve the real benefit of life should therefore remain aloof from undesirable material wealth. I want to see that. Steyam himsanratam dambha kamah krodha smayo madah bhedo vairam avishvasah. This is very important. Faithlessness. Avishvasah. With money, we lack faith in Krishna when we have access to money. We will think that we have faith in money. So money will save me. I should have some money for my maintenance. Now, devotees also are concerned about money for Krishna. Yes, Temple has to maintain wealth, money needs to be gotten for the temple. Yes, but that is proper engagement of money for Krishna's service. They're not worried about their own incomes. No, no, they don't have incomes. But they're worried about serving Krishna. Yes, that is a proper anxiety to have. But this is avishwasaha. What happens is when we are earning for ourselves, we have so much vishwasa in money. We have no vishwasa in Krishna's protection. Money gives that. Money cultures or cultivates that faithlessness. That's the exact thing that money does. And of all these different things, Teyam, Himsa, Anratam, Avishwasa is at the core. Because stemming from that faithlessness in Krishna, we also do Himsa, violence, by not preaching. Because if I preach, oh, I'll unsettle my colleagues or my boss or my customer or whatever, I should not preach. I won't preach. I will just go there, happily interact with them in a way that is in there, and then I imbibe those qualities of those people. Himsa, self himsa, and himsa to them also. I know the nonsense of material life, but I'm not preaching. So what is happening? I am being preached to by Maya in the form of these colleagues or whatever, my so-called friends in the material world. They will. But all that starts with this avishvasa. When I don't have faith in the Krishna's protection, you know, rakshishyati iti vishvasa. One of the six aspects of surrender is rakshishyati iti vishvasa. What is the aspect of surrender? Third aspect. Anukulyasya sankalpah, pratikulyasya varjanam. Rakshishyati iti vishvasah. This is avishvasah. Typing here. Hmm. Okay, here we go. 22.100. I should remember this. So rakshishyati iti vishvasa. What is that? Look at the word to word. Strong conviction that he will protect. What are these? The sixfold divisions of surrender are the acceptance of those things favorable to devotional service, rejection of unfavorable things, the conviction that Krishna will give protection, the acceptance of the Lord as one's guardian or master, full self surrender and humility. So I should think in these lines. No point learning this verse and not applying it, right? So I should apply it. I should apply it. I should change my thinking. These verses should change my thinking. There's no point in just memorizing a verse without knowing anything, without applying it, without wanting to even apply. Without applying is one thing, without wanting to apply, despite knowing. That is, 10th offense. What is the 10th offense in chanting the holy name? To not have complete faith in chanting the holy name of the Lord and to maintain material attachments despite understanding so many instructions on this matter. This is an offense. Avishwasa. That's what money gives you. When you have money, then you will not surrender. You will always want to default to that comfort zone of money. And this is how Maya will keep you. That's why Brahmana community voluntarily is poor, so that they don't have this comfort in the material. When you're comfortable in the hands of a witch like Putana, you can be assured of being poisoned to death. So that's what Maya is like. Putana looks like motherly affection. Oh, some beautiful maiden who came with some ambrosial drink in her breasts. But what she serves is poison. So unless um, we are awakened to that reality, then we will be misled, and then all the bad qualities will come. You see, samspardha vyasanani cha. Samspardha. What is samspardha? Rivalry. Yeah, of course. Competition, right? Oh, business competition. What is that? Rivalry only, no? एते पंच एते panchadashanartha. Anartha means unnecessary things. Anartha nivritti. If anartha nivritti has to happen, these 15 things have to go. Unwanted things, anartha nivritti. Anartha happens because of avishwasa. So if we have vishwasa, then we will have vishwas in the artha also, which is prema pumartho mahan, which is the panchama purushartha, which is the uh, fifth goal of human life, which is prema. Because chatur purushartha is dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Then there is prema, Krishna prema. That is panchama purushartha, highest. Anything other than Krishna prema is anartha, unwanted things. Money increases avishwasa, lack of faith, which brings about so many unwanted. All these are unwanted things. He arthamulaha. What is that? You see, it's beautiful. Let's read the verse. Second verse. Ete panchadashanartha hi arthamula mata nirnam tasmad anartham arthakyam shreyorthi duratas. Artha is 5 times used in this verse. Panchadasha anartha. Okay. Hi arthamula matanranam tasmad anartham arthakyam shreyah arthi duratas. Artha is used different five different ways. The core word is artha. Anartha, arthamula, anartham, arthakyam, shreyorthi. Now let us actually review the word to word. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, these are Panchadasha 15, anartha, unwanted things. But arthamula, based on wealth. Artha here is wealth, the dharma artha. So here artha is wealth, but it creates anartha. The artha of the wealth creates anartha. Matah nirnam are known by men. Tasmat anartham, that which is undesirable. Arthakyam, wealth. It has the name of artha, spoken of as if desirable. See, artha means actually something which is desirable, wanted. Anartha means something which is unwanted. Now you will feel that artha or wealth is wanted, but it gives rise to so many unwanted things. And it artha akhyam, it has the name. Akhyam means name. So it has the name of artha. It is known as wealth. It is spoken of as if desirable, but it is actually undesirable. Shreya Arthi, one who desires the ultimate benefit of life, he is called Shreya Arthi. Duratas leaves wealth at a distant place. He stays a far distance away from wealth for his own sense gratification. For Krishna, yes, he will have all usage of wealth, but for own thing, far away. How good this description. Huh? One desiring the real benefit of life should therefore remain aloof from undesirable material wealth. So, look at this. So, this is how we should conduct ourselves. Please take these words to heart. It may be a bit bitter for those who are actually working, it may be a little bit bitter. But once you take it and surrender to Krishna, you will find these very words as so sweet, so sweet. And then you will start to feel the compassion for those who are actually working and wasting away their lives. Maya sukhaya bharam udvahato vimodhan. And in this regard, the other day I already showed, but I'll show it again. This is so important. I think Swami Prabhu or somebody shared the other day. রাধা কহে ধনুক ভাঙ্গিলে વર્તિବ কেমনে নারদ কহে আমি অন্ন দিব প্রতিদিনে. So this is in the context of the hunter. Narada Muni saved the hunter and made him a great devotee. So the hunter was half killing animals, and he was torturing them. So Narada Muni saw this, who is this killing animals? Then he followed the trace of these animals, and then he found the hunter. Are you the one who are you killing these animals? Yes, yes, it was me. Proudly he said, I do that. I can kill the animal in such a way that he doesn't die immediately, he will suffer. My father taught me this, it's great skill. In this forest, among all my tribe and the rival tribes, nobody can match me in my skill. He was proud. Narmani said, well, you have to suffer those things. You have to be those animals next life. You have to undergo the exact same pain. Do you want that? That's what is going to happen to you now. Really? Then he started waking up. And then Narmani said, you throw the bow. Throw the bow. Then Hunter said, no, if I throw, who will maintain my family? No, no. Narmani said, I will send you enough grains. Now, in that, so the hunter replied, if I break my bow, how shall I maintain myself? Narmani replied, do not worry, I shall supply all your food every day. The Guru, he will supply everything. He will supply all, what to speak of our necessities. He will supply so much that you can, for example, you are working so hard. Every day you are coming back to eat some dinner or some lunch, breakfast, a little bit for yourself and your family. When you surrender to Krishna, Krishna will give so much that not only you can eat, you can feed hundreds and thousands of people. Prasadam. So, purport. See, this is so important. The source of our income, okay? The source of our income is not actually the source of our maintenance. We always think the source of our income is the source of our maintenance. Yeah, but no. Every living being, from the great Brahma down to an insignificant ant, is being maintained by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Eko bahunam yo vidadhati kaman. The one Supreme Being, Krishna, maintains everyone. This is called Rakshishati Vishwasa, faith. The faithlessness, avishwasa, comes from wealth. And this is why, because we think the source of my wealth is the source of my maintenance because of this, our occupation. It's not. Our so-called source of income is our own choice only. We have chosen this as my source of income, but that's not my source of maintenance. Because, for example, the source of one's maintenance is the breadwinner in the family, say the father. Sometimes it so happens that the father dies in an accident or some medical condition, but the family still goes on. Somehow it is being maintained. Maintenance happens, not that, oh, the breadwinner died, all family also dies. No, it doesn't happen that way. So that means Krishna is arranging for the maintenance in other ways. So it will happen. Of course, it does not mean that one runs away from that responsibility. But first responsibility is spiritual. The head of the family is real responsibility is to spiritually elevate the people of his family. If you can't do that, what is the use of just earning material wealth? What is the use? Our so-called source of income is our own choice only. If I wish to be a hunter, it will appear that hunting is the source of my maintenance. I wish to be a hunter, it will appear that hunting is the source of my maintenance. If I become a Brahmana and completely depend on Krishna, I do not conduct a business, but nonetheless my maintenance is supplied by Krishna. People say to me that, oh, I am even ladies, devotees. They say, oh, Singapore is an expensive country. We need to work here. We can't stay without working. Singapore. You have to understand. Well, I'm staying in that same Singapore, my dear. Same Singapore, and I'm a man. I'm not being maintained. Krishna is not maintaining. Easy for you to say because you are sitting in the temple and collecting donations from people who are working hard. You are just sitting there, doing nothing. Well, I'm not doing nothing. We're doing fully engaged. One thing. Next thing is, It's easy for you to say that. If it is so easy for us to just sit down here, do it now. Do it. Why are you not doing it? If it is so easy for us to just sit down and collect donations from people, just sit down and eat, my maintenance, and you're now preaching the live stream saying that, oh, source of income is not source of maintenance, but your source of income of your temple is our source of income, which is our jobs, and that is how your temple is being maintained. That's how you are able to speak, and now you're speaking, asking us not to work. All this appears logical for people, but let me tell you, if nobody donates, Krishna will still maintain us. You know, tomorrow if I'm on the road, I have to have the faith that Krishna will protect. If it is so easy, then why aren't people joining in flocks? We are begging, hey, please join, yaar. If you're saying it's so easy, okay, join now, then have an easy life. People say, no, 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 I'm a man of honor. I will work hard for my money. I will not like take advantage of other people's money and say that I'm easy life. No, I won't be an easy. I'll be an honorable man. When what is an honorable profession? To cheat people. What are you working as? Software engineer. Okay, software engineer. What are you doing? Supporting a bank. Okay, bank has accounts for McDonald's, for all those meat eating industries, and illicit sex industries, and gambling, intoxication, hospitals where people kill people in the name of abortion. And of course they do some medical thing, we don't deny, but this also is there. But in meat eating industries though, and restaurants are full of, and everybody has their accounts in those banks. So directly or indirectly, we are supporting sin. Is that an honorable thing? Just because I'm getting money from that, it is an honorable thing to actually promote violence, and I'm not preaching in the process. What will actually help? What is indeed an honorable job? Uh, you know, During COVID, all those frontline workers, medical professionals, they were getting a lot of praise. Oh, you are the soldiers. You are the brave people, and this and that. One of our devotees, who's a doctor in the Philippines, she just posted a picture with her. She was, because she's a frontline emergency professional, doctor, and she was having that PPE suit and all that, and then she was chanting back, and she had a photo like that, and it went viral over the internet. Our ISKM devotee in Philippines. So because that they give so much praise, oh, you are risking your life to save others. Well, a devotee who has dedicated his life, who's preaching, is doing that on the spiritual platform. People don't understand it. Hmm. They say, oh, it is easy life for you. What sacrifice you have done? Nothing. Well, then do it now. If it is so easy, why aren't you doing it? It's not so easy. Okay. It is simple but not easy. Simple means you just have to actually surrender to Krishna. Prabhupada say one minute is enough. But it is not so easy because of our own brakes. We put the brakes. We want the car to move fast, but we press the brakes like anything. How is it going to move? It's going to stall. So that's what we're doing. We put the brakes, and that's why it's not easy for the car to go. How is it easy for the car to go if the brakes are on? It's not easy. But and there's nothing wrong with the car. It's with me. I am pressing on the brakes. I have to press on the accelerator. So for the boat to move, the anchor has to be removed. If the anchor is there, how will the boat move? It won't move. It's difficult. Yes, it is difficult. Why is it difficult? Because my anchor is there. If I lift that anchor, it will go. I don't want to lift. The difficulty is I don't want to lift the anchor in the material world. We want to be anchored to the material world. And that's where the problem lies. And so, reading on in this purport, the hunter was disturbed about breaking his bow because he was worried about his income. Narad Muni assured the hunter because he knew that the hunter was not being maintained by the bow but by Krishna. And a person like Narad Muni can assure. Similarly, a person who has surrendered, who has tasted surrender, who has tasted the protection of Krishna, he can assuringly say that you surrender to Krishna, Krishna will protect you. But the problem is, people don't have the faith to take the instruction of the sadhu to heart, and therefore they just remain as they are. They don't take. Very few actually take to the process wholeheartedly. But we have to take to it. Okay, let's face it this way. Do I really want to go back to Krishna? Ultimately, it boils down to that. Do I really want to go back to Krishna? Yes, yes, yes. Or then yes, yes, yes means you surrender to Krishna. You are not being going to be admitted in Krishna Loka without that surrender. If you don't have Rakshishati to Vishwasa, how are you going to be going there? Krishna is not going to admit you there. So we are not, even as a full-time so-called, I don't feel I have faith in Krishna. And it bothers me how devotees think they have faith in Krishna, they are devotees, when they have absolutely no faith in Krishna, and then they're just doing their own thing and trying to build up some empire or whatever, or even working a job. I mean, how am I thinking that I'm going to serve? I'm going to go back to Krishna. Am I really actually serious? Or am I just satisfied in showing that to others that I'm a devotee, I'm engaging in some service here and there? Okay, that's okay. That's not okay. It's not okay. It's okay if you really want to stay in the material world for another 100, 200, 1000, 2000, 20,000, 10 million lives. Yeah, that's okay. If that is your goal. But if you're saying, no, 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 Kali Yuga is very bad, this is suffering. Well, you're asking for it, then you will come in the next worst period of Kali Yuga and worse and worse and worse period. You will still be there. You want to be there? No, 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 no. Then why do you want the result without the work? Is that not an inordinate amount of entitlement? We want to be entitled to the results without working for it. Krishna is not going to reward. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tam tathaiva bhajamyaham. He will only reward us according to our surrender. When will we stop thinking of everything else and just preach his message? That's what we should be thinking actually. Hmm. Everything else will be supplied by Krishna. Here, Narada Muni assured the hunter because he knew that the hunter was not being maintained by the bow but by Krishna. Being the agent of Krishna, Narada Muni knew very well that the hunter would not suffer by breaking the bow. There was no doubt that Krishna would supply him food. Now, you will see that, of course, later on he was supplied so much food that it was too much for him. He was distributing as prasadam. But only in hindsight, we will see that, yeah, actually Krishna provided. Similarly, when you surrender, then Krishna, you will see in hindsight, yes, Krishna provided. In fact, being provided for was never even the concern. When you work for yourself, you have to maintain you have to keep yourself afloat, right? Whereas for devotees, we don't even think about maintaining ourselves. Whether we are in the farm, whether we are in the city, whether we are in the forest. Of course, we are not. I'm not trained to be in a forest. I don't even know what to do in a forest. But I guess we'll find out if we just go. Like I was just staying. I mean, I'm not really a forest, but we were staying in the farm. It was just so nice there also. Okay, you may say, that is your land. You bought with the money. Even if, like, I was in India, I did not know where I was staying the next day. Still, it was fine. It was fine. It was actually blissful, and never did we think so much about eating. Somewhere we will find something. You can always find something to eat. But what is more important is you will be worried about your anxiety will be away from how to maintain myself, how to you will not even worry about that. You will worry about how to preach, how to expand, how to set up a temple here, how to get these devotees to work together to do services here. That will be you will be anxious for expanding Krishna's service, and that's how we should be. That's how we should be. We should be anxious in expanding the service of Krishna. Krishna will have that anxiety to maintain us. Yogakshema vahamyaham. Let him be anxious to maintain us, and he doesn't need to be anxious. But let us be anxious how to serve Krishna. Not, sometimes they ask, hey, if I join your temple, Will I have food? I mean, will I have place to stay and food? You know what I tell them? You better don't join the temple. I don't think you're qualified to join. You, what to speak of? Hare, we have to just find out a place on a floor and sleep there. That's it. That is temple life. We're not going to give you any bed and nothing. You're going to stay on the floor, sleep there. Find out some corner and sleep there. You will be provided that space. Yes. Clothes, yes. You will be provided some cloth. Wear it. Dhoti. You wear. Okay. You will be provided that. Food, yeah, food will be provided. You have to cook also. You have to help in the cooking. And then give it to Annadhanam for prasadam distribution and you also eat. Yeah, food will be provided. But why are you worried about these things? Why are you worried about whether you will be maintained? That means you are not in the proper consciousness of staying in the temple. Temple means Krishna's service. For Krishna's service, I will have to dedicate my life. That is temple life. Once we get there, Krishna will provide. We don't even have to actually worry about our food or maintenance. We have to worry about keeping ourselves slim. If you have to worry about, you have to worry about that maybe because there will be too much prasadam available. Krishna will give that much. So this purport, this verse 24.257 Madhya. Please remember, note it down. Madhya, CC Madhya 24.257. Very important. And every day, whoever is please working and doing devotional service, read this every day. Read this every day. Like Shishashtaka, you read 10 offenses. Read this also. Madhya 24.257. Read every day until you come out of that, and then you will realize how important it was. Then, okay, so going back. Mm, then next thing, Asammoha we have done, Satyam we have done, control of the senses done. This one should not spend one's time pondering over earning money. That is a misuse of the thinking power. The mind should be used to understand the prime necessity of human beings. The mind should be used to understand the prime necessity of human beings, and that should be presented authoritatively. The power of thought should be developed in association with persons who are authorities in the scriptures, saintly persons and spiritual masters. Sukham. So the power of thought should be developed in association with persons. So let us only worry about how to expand this movement. That's all. That's all we should worry about. Nothing else. Satisfy Srila Prabhupada by distributing his books, training devotees, making them devotees, opening more centers, giving this chance of Krishna consciousness to as many people as possible. Let us only be worried about that. Everything else, Krishna will take care. Whether one is a woman, man, everybody should cooperate in this mission. This mission. Next, Sukham, pleasure or happiness should always be in that which is favorable for the cultivation of the spiritual knowledge of Krishna. And similarly, that which is painful or which causes distress is that which is unfavorable for the cultivation of Krishna consciousness. Anything favorable for the development of Krishna consciousness should be accepted, and anything unfavorable should be rejected. So that's the real definition of happiness and unhappiness. We should be unhappy when people are not Krishna conscious. We should be happy when they're becoming Krishna conscious. Yeah. So we should work for that, and so that should be the definition of our sukham and dukkham. Bhava, birth, should be understood to refer to the body. As far as the soul is concerned, there is neither birth nor death. That we have discussed in the beginning of Bhagavad Gita. Birth and death apply to one's embodiment in the material world. Fear, so that is birth and death. So we should understand all these things properly. What is what, and we should also not janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshana darshanam. To understand is dukkha, and if I am eternal soul, why should I be in the material body? Why should I take another birth? Let me go back to Krishna. So if I have to go back to Krishna, I have to be absolutely serious. I have to surrender to Krishna, and surrender means rakshishyati vishvasa, goptritve varnam tatha. And Rakshashiti Vishwasa is one of the core elements of surrender, but the real core element of surrender is Goptritve Varanam Tatha. That means considering the Lord as one's guardian or master. It is one step ahead of Rakshashiti Vishwasa because It is at the heart. Goptritva Varnam Tatha means accepting the Lord as our guardian or master. That means I am a servant. I just have to serve the Lord. Like a dog serves its master. I have to serve the Lord. That's it. No one even worry about Raksha, my maintenance or my protection. Lord will take care of that. That also will come. But my core activity is not to expect protection. My core activity is to serve the Lord. Protection will be given by the Lord. So my thing is to act as a order carrier of Krishna. Whatever Krishna says, order, I have to do. Let me be worried about that. Let me not be worried about my Rakshishita. No, no. So anxiety should be to preach. Prabhupada said in one quote, tax your brain how to preach Krishna consciousness. That will be the correct way to, and then your mind will be completely controlled. Somebody asked him how to control the mind. He said, tax your brain in how to preach and expand this movement. Mind will be under control. That is the secret of controlling the mind, to preach. So actually by preaching, what we are doing is we are helping ourselves. We are not really making, sometimes we think, we have to help others. Yes, it is helping others, but more than anything, it is helping ourselves. Only a pure devotee can really help others. The only reason why our preaching will help others is because we are repeating the words of a pure devotee. It is because it is the word of a pure devotee, it is working and changing other people and helping them. But more important than that, because I am not a pure devotee, so by preaching, I am helping myself. Helping others, that will happen by the power of the Guru, because it is his words we are trying to repeat and preach. So therefore, it will work because of the power of the parampara and the Guru and Krishna. I am just like a, instrument. But I will benefit because I am serving as an instrument to that pure message of Krishna and the Guru. So we are not really helping anyone. I myself am struggling in the material ocean, and how can I lift up another person from the ocean? No, I can't. Um, but what I can do is, if I'm in the ocean and others are also in the ocean, and the spiritual master has come up with a boat, I can call others. Here is the boat. Come here. We have a raft or a boat. We have a ship here. Come. So I can tell others before I go away from this world. I can tell others, hey, here is. So that I can do. So what we are doing is that we are not these saviors. Pure devotee is a savior, the real savior. We are instruments in his mission. And in the process, we are getting purified. That is the preaching. So birth and death apply only. So fear is due to worrying about the future. Next is fear, bhaya. A person in Krishna consciousness has no fear, because by his activities he is sure to go back to the spiritual sky, back home, back to Godhead. Therefore, his future is very bright. Others, however, do not know what their future holds. They have no knowledge of what the next life holds. So they are therefore in constant anxiety. If we want to get free from anxiety, then the best course is to understand Krishna and be situated always in Krishna consciousness. In that way, we will be free from all fear. So this fear, a devotee employs fear in a different way. Like Mother Yashoda is always fearing that some demon will come and attack Krishna. So her fear is for Krishna in his service. So in other words, we can employ that fear in Krishna's service. So for example, a temple is set up. Now this temple should not be closed. It should be the determination. So there's like, anything like Krishna's service, like just like for Yashoda, Krishna is the baby. So Krishna's service is our baby. So the mother will never say, let this baby die. She will never say that. She will do whatever it takes to save the baby. I mean, after it is born, nowadays they're killing in the womb. Ignorant. They're actually not mothers. I'm talking about a real mother. She will do anything to, save the baby. So similarly, one should do anything to keep the service going. One should treat one's service as a baby, one's own child. So that Vatsalya ras is to be employed in the service of Krishna. It's a flavor of a Vatsalya ras. It's not like we are really in the Vatsalya ras of pure devotees like Nanda Maharaj. But there is a flavor of that when one takes responsible services. Responsible service means you have to become responsible. Like the mother is responsible for the protection of the child, at least. So we have to become responsible in our service. So that's where Vatsalya ras comes to an extent. We're not talking about the complete ecstasy of Vatsalya ras, but it is the mood. It is a preliminary stage of that mood where, you know, we are concerned for the temple, for the service, for the deities, for the devotees of Krishna. So that concern is Vatsalya ras. So one has to have that concern. We should serve Krishna in such a way that, you know, without our service, the service cannot go on. Without our, we should serve in that intensity, like the mother. Mother Yashoda is always, doing all these protection, washing him with cow urine, cow dung, and whirling the cow's tail around his head. She's doing all kind of things for Krishna's protection, thinking that her things, her rituals are actually keeping Krishna safe. So she's doing out of that intensity that her protection for Krishna is what he's keeping him safe. So we should do with the intention, we should do our service with the intention, if I don't do it, the service will not go on. But at the same time, I should know that I am dispensable. Without me, the service can go on. But I should act in such a way that if I don't act, the service will not go on. That means full engagement, full focus in that activity, but yet not having the attachment to the result. That means if something happens good or something, it is by mercy of Prabhupada. If something went wrong, yes, it is my mistake. Yes, I did not serve Krishna properly. So if something good happens, yeah, by Prabhupada's mercy at all, because I am just, what am I? Prabhupada's order is, by the strength of his order, yes, it is going on good. So but I should do it um, as um, as intensely as possible, as if it depends on me, as if I am like the karta. But at the same time, that's why what Krishna said. He said, "You should fight. You should fight as if the war is in your hands. If you don't fight, you will lose. But my arrangement is that I've already killed them. But still, you should fight. Relentlessly, you should fight from morning to evening, all these days." So, what is that? How does that happen? How does that work? When Krishna has already decided the fate, but then yet I should do the work. That is my service. That's the intensity of the service. So, these things we have to understand very well. Hmm. So that's where our anxiety should be. Whereas materialists are busy being anxious for their bodily maintenance and their situation in this material world, which anyway they're going to lose one day. But we have to be anxious how to keep Krishna's service afloat. Because sakalineha mahata yogo nashtaha parantapa. By the influence of time, what happens is a natural decline in the religious principles of Krishna consciousness. So we have to fight that. We have to keep this service afloat and not, deteriorate it with the passage of time. So we are fighting that. So that's a fight we have to always keep up. We should never let our guard down. We should always be in that fight. So otherwise, things will naturally deteriorate. So if I don't clean the room, it will automatically become dusty. So every day I should clean the room. So like that, I should always. That is a fight. Sweeping the room, sweeping the temple is actually a fight against the natural deterioration that happens. Right? So it's a fight. So that cleaning has to be done every. Not that, oh, I read yesterday, I will be pure for like 1 month. The next 1 month after, I will start reading again another one page. No, no, no. There will be dust accumulated, and all your cleaning will have no effect now. You are completely muddled and completely in dusty consciousness and lusty consciousness. So one has to cleanse it every single day. So that constant fight should be there, and that's on a personal level, but also on a movements level. You know, if we don't keep up the fight, if we don't keep the, if the devotees are not voluntarily engaged enthusiastically in Krishna's service, it will dip, and it will plummet after that. So to keep the movement afloat as well, yeah, it is Krishna will keep the movement afloat, but he can also close it down, you know, because if we are not instruments in his service, then he will close it down. Hmm. So, and he will employ somebody else to do the service. So his service will go on, yes, but we have to hold on to the service like, a mother holds on to her child for Krishna. So because that kind of involvement in Krishna's service will actually benefit us. It's not just for us we are doing it for Krishna, but as a side effect we will be benefited. Hmm. So in this way we have to conduct ourselves. This is spiritual anxiety, transcendental anxiety. If we want to get free from anxiety, then the best course is to understand Krishna and be situated always in Krishna consciousness. In that way, we will be free from all fear. So, the fear that we feel for Krishna's service is absolutely completely different from the material fear that we feel for our own sustenance and our own family and our own. We feel fear, oh, I'll lose my loved one or I'll lose my life. Oh, I have some disease now and this, maybe a terminal disease sometimes. We get afraid of all these things. But this is nothing. The spiritual fear for maintaining the service is completely different from that. It it comes from a place of happiness, a place of complete satisfaction on a personal level, but anxiety for Krishna. So we have to employ all these qualities in Krishna's service basically. In that way we'll be free from all fear. Okay, yeah, that's the other thing. If we fear for Krishna, or if we become anxious for Krishna's service, then we'll be relieved of all anxiety in this material world. If you want to be really free from anxiety, become very anxious for Krishna's service, for your own involvement and for others' involvement. We become very anxious, and we so that's how we actually become free from anxiety. Adopting transcendental anxiety. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 11 to 37, it is stated, Bhayam dvitiya bhiniveshatah syad. Fear is caused by our absorption in the illusory energy. But those who are free from the illusory energy, those who are confident that they are not the material body, that they are spiritual parts of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and who are therefore engaged in the transcendental service of the Supreme Godhead, have nothing to fear. Their future is very bright. But Prahlad Maharaj showed that he was, he's not afraid of Narsimhadev, but he's afraid of Maya. नाहं बिभेम्यजिततेति भयानकास्य जिह्वार्कनेत्रभ्रुकुटीरभसोग्रदंष्ट्रात् आन्त्रस्रजः क्षतजकेशरशङ्कुकर्णान् निर्ह्रादभीतदिगिभादरिभिन्नखाग्रात्. My lord, who are never conquered by anyone, I am certainly not afraid of your ferocious mouth and tongue, your eyes bright like the sun, or your frowning eyebrows. I do not fear your sharp, pinching teeth, your garland of intestines, your mane soaked with blood, or your high wedge like ears. Nor do I fear your tumultuous roaring, which makes elephant flee to distant places, or your nails, which are meant to kill your enemies. I'm not worried about all these things. You know what? As scary as you are, you don't scare me at all. This is not out of pride, because out of extreme love. Because a lion cub, doesn't feel that fear. She will feel protection. He or she will feel protection from the mother or the father. You know, although the lion is very fearsome to look at, fearful to look at. But for the cub, he's not afraid. But this is what he says. त्रस्तोऽस्म्यहं कृपणवत्सलदुःसहोग्र संसारचक्रकदनाद्ग्रसतां प्रणीतः बद्धः स्वकर्मभिरुषत्तमतेऽङ्घ्रिमूलम् प्रीतोपवर्गशरणं वयसे कदा नु. O most powerful, insurmountable Lord, who are kind to the fallen souls, I have been put into the association of demons as a result of my activities, and therefore I am very much afraid of my condition of life within this material world. When will that moment come when you will call me to the shelter of your lotus feet, which are the ultimate goal for liberation from conditional life? I am very much afraid of my condition of life within this material world, and that fear for the material world um, explained here 10 to 8. Sorry. Um, in this connection, one may ask how the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is always situated transcendently, could enter the womb of Devaki, which had previously been entered by the six asuras, the Shadgarbhas. Does this mean that the Shadgarbhasuras, yeah, this is another example of a child being killed just after the birth, and they're actually asuras who were killed like that. So that's another example. Does this mean that the Shadgarbhasuras were equal to the transcendental body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? The following answer is given by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Okay, so he explains. I'll go to that um, explanation by the Acharyas for. Okay. Pure devotee is always transcendently situated because of executing 9 different processes of bhakti. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Mandanam, Dasam, Sakhyam, Atma Nivedanam. Thus, situated in devotional service, a devotee, although in the material world, is not in the material world. Yet, a devotee always fears. Because I am associated with the material world, so many contaminations affect me. Therefore, he is always alert in fear, which gradually diminishes his material association. Symbolically, Mother Devaki's constant fear of Kamsa was purifying her. A pure devotee should always fear material association, and in this way, all the asuras of material association will be killed, as the Shad Garbhasuras were killed by Kamsa. It is said that from the mind Marichi appears. In other words, Marichi is an incarnation of the mind. Marichi has 6 sons: Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, and Matsarya. Lust, anger, greed, illusion, madness, and envy. The Supreme Personality of Godhead appears in pure devotional service. This is confirmed in the Vedas. Bhakti Revainam Darshayati. Only bhakti can bring one in contact with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared from the womb of Devaki, and therefore Devaki symbolically represents bhakti, and Kamsa symbolically represents material fear. When a pure devotee always fears material association, his real position of bhakti is manifested, and he naturally becomes uninterested in material enjoyment. When the 6 sons of Marichi are killed by such fear, and one is freed from material contamination, within the womb of bhakti, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears. Thus, the seventh pregnancy of Devaki signifies the appearance of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After the 6 sons, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, and Matsarya, are killed, the Shesha incarnation creates a suitable situation for the appearance of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This Shesha is actually none other than Balaram. He created a suitable situation and then left to the womb of Rohini and um, Maya, I mean Durga. she was Subhadra. So she, her material expansion is Bhadra, I mean Kali and all that, Durga. But Subhadra is a spiritual counterpart. So then that's how she became the. She went to Yashoda, and Yashoda's this thing, she disappeared, and then she became this. And then Krishna was transferred by Vasudeva, and to Vrindavan. So all this, so Balaram appeared in the womb of Devaki first, and then purified the thing, and then the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, came. In other words, when one awakens his natural Krishna consciousness, Lord Krishna appears. This is the explanation given by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. So, so this is the thing. So in this way, we have to understand this fear. Going back, so the future is very bright. Okay, this fear is a condition of persons who are not in Krishna consciousness. We are talking about material fear. There is spiritual fear. Spiritual fear is, let me not go back to material association. Let me not be misled by material association. Asatsangatyaga. Abhayam, fearlessness, is possible only for one in Krishna consciousness. And as long as we fear the material nature and be alert and take shelter of Krishna, we can be fearless. It actually appears counterintuitive. Hey, how can you be fear and fearless? And how can you be anxious and free from anxiety? So this is the thing. We have to fill them with spiritual counterparts of those. Anxiety is there in this material world because it is there in the spiritual world. Everything that exists in the material world, it is a reflection of the spiritual existence. So anxiety, fear, everything is there in the spiritual world. But there, it is totally different. Yashoda's anxiety for Krishna is different from our anxiety for ordinary mother's anxiety for a child. So in this way, everything has a spiritual counterpart, and that is the reality. This is the illusion. So even the so-called bad qualities of this material world have completely pure good. They are good qualities in the spiritual world. Okay, so next, ahimsa, non-violence, means that one should not do anything which will put others into misery or confusion. Material activities that are promised by so many politicians, sociologists, philanthropists, etc., do not produce very good results because the politicians and philanthropists have no transcendental vision. They do not know what is actually beneficial for human society. Ahimsa means that people should be trained in such a way that the full utilization of the human body can be achieved. The human body is meant for spiritual realization. So, any movement or any commissions which do not further that end commit violence on the human body. So, basically, it's the same thing. If you're not preaching, you're committing violence. That which furthers the future spiritual happiness of the people in general is called non-violence. That is only our Krishna consciousness movement. Everything else is violence. They can only be helpful in this non-violent movement of ours if we use them in Krishna's service. Then part of that becomes helpful in the non-violent movement. Otherwise, by themselves, they're all violent because none of them can help really the soul. Samatha, equanimity. Okay, before we go there, just a small mention of this. I was having a discussion with someone who's not a devotee, um, but he was saying that what, yeah, what you're doing is right. As devotees, you should preach this. But all the technological advancement, all the progress that we're making in material, that is also essential. In fact, because that is growing, politicians are maintaining countries, and therefore you are actually being able to freely preach. So that is the more important thing. You are doing, yeah, important thing, but they're doing at a scale which is far bigger than what you are doing. So therefore, your thing is dependent upon their good administration, and then only you can actually preach. So yeah, you're doing good, but you cannot say that you're doing the best because everything is related. They are also doing good, and unless they do good, you cannot do your good. So you're kind of beholden to what, or rather dependent on the good administration of the state, right? So how can you deny? So I told this. So my reply was this. So it's actually the devotees only who do good. Now, it's because the devotees are doing good. Krishna even arranges for a stable government or what. In fact, any good facility we are getting today, if we just see what kind of sins that are being committed on a daily basis, there is no reason for Krishna to be kind upon us at all to the world. There's zero reason for Krishna to be kind. How many billions of animals and birds are being killed? How many children are being killed in the womb of their mother in the name of abortion and medical procedures? How much sin is going on every single day? How are we still having some stability in whatever we're doing? It is because of the devotees. And they spread the. In fact, any morality comes from devotees preaching only. It's because there is some remnants of dharma. There is still some good. And also, it is because of the presence of the devotees that Krishna even arranges some favorable condition. It is this that is actually pushing even those. They think that is pushing this, that is enabling this. No, it is the other way around. It may appear reverse in the reverse order that because there is a stable government, therefore we are able to preach. Well, kind of, but it is all yes interconnected. But the most important thing is this: if you have a stable government but nobody preaches, you're actually doing no benefit. It is just some facility to commit sin. Everybody's eating meat happily, and nobody's understanding anything. So is that actually good? The government, we may think that is actually providing a stable. Where is the stability? When you are allowing all these sinful activities to go on, you are throwing the people to hell and not having any strong, regulative principles like religious principles, so that to elevate them from that. So there is no stability there actually. Yeah, temporary financial little bit stability you may say, but what is the real purifying thing is the preaching. And it's because there's preaching, and if the government has some good facilities, and if the devotees make use of those facilities, some benefit that governor is going to get, that prime minister or the king, he will get some benefit from what the devotees are doing, in order because he has facilitated in an indirect way their activities, because the devotees are using those facilities which the government has given. So government heads, they're getting some benefit from that, because they will get all the reactions of people, what they do, 1/6 of them they get to the heads of the state. So if the sinful activities are being committed, then that also the head of the state has to suffer for that. So it is the most important thing is this. Those are all secondary. Those are all yes helpful, but they're not essential. Essential is the preaching. And then yes, everything else is supportive to that. So we're not denying anything, but we should not never make the mistake that only we are the ones who are really helping others if we are preaching Krishna consciousness. Of course, as I said, it's not that we are helping, Prabhupada is helping, we're just being instruments. But, just to put the point, that only this movement is helping. That's it. There is nothing else which is actually helping. Everything will be helpful if they help this movement or assist in this movement. So therefore, if this movement, if we make use of some of those facilities, yeah, it's good for them. Just like the plants, if they're giving fruit, it is good for them if the devotees collect and use. Good for the plant. But the same plant, another orange tree, maybe somewhere in the forest, that orange is not being given to Krishna. So, but the orange which is more accessible to devotees, maybe, and maybe somewhere in the farm. Sometimes these vegetables in Singapore, there's no farm. All farms, all vegetables come from overseas. So some potato that was planted in China or Holland has traveled all the way here and being offered to Krishna here. That soul who has taken birth there, but the devotees have collected it here and offering to Krishna here, that soul is getting benefit. He traveled all the way here and getting benefit. And next life he'll jump many, many rungs in the evolutionary process and come much more closer to the human form. And he'll have this Ajnata Sukriti of serving Krishna. Some cow somewhere in Australia or New Zealand, being in a ranch somewhere or in America or somewhere, then that milk is being offered to Krishna. And although that cow may be slaughtered, but then the cow will get some benefit. So it is only because of the devotees. Now you may say, oh, because if the cow was not there, you could not have offered your milk to Krishna. Well, if the devotees are not there, the cow would not get her milk to be offered to Krishna. Who is depending on who now? Yeah, there is an interdependency, correct. But who is on a higher platform? The devotee is on the higher platform. So it is dependent on the devotee's actions that others are also getting benefit. Yes, the devotee may seem to depend on their services in order to serve Krishna. Yes, we don't say we are independent of anything. But what we are saying is the devotees' activities are purifying the others. It's not that the others' activities are purifying the devotees. Hmm. Of course, the devotee will be, if there is no milk to offer, he will just in his mind, he will offer milk and he will still be purified in the service. So he will benefit anyway. But if he can offer something, he will offer that. So in that, the others will cooperate and then either knowingly or unknowingly, and then they will also get benefit. So we should always understand that the government or whoever it is, if they are running a system which is like stable, and if the devotees are able to preach in their environment, more freely, it is good for the governor to do so, to provide some facility for the devotees to preach. Some benefit he is getting. But it is the devotees who will actually administer the real benefit for the human society. We should always understand this. Who is the actual purifier? It is the devotee, not anything else. Everything else is secondary. So, samatha, equanimity, refers to freedom from attachment and aversion. To be very much attached or to be very much detached is not the best. This material world should be accepted without attachment or aversion. That which is favorable for prosecuting Krishna consciousness should be accepted. That which is unfavorable should be rejected. That is called samatha, equanimity. Beautiful definitions. Every single quality is beautifully described by Prabhupada in his purport. So that is quite self-explanatory. So next reading on, a person in Krishna consciousness has nothing to reject and nothing to accept, save in terms of its usefulness in the prosecution of Krishna consciousness. So that is the only criterion we should have, whether it is useful or not in Krishna service. Next, tushti, satisfaction, means that one should not be eager to gather more and more material goods by unnecessary activity. One should be satisfied with whatever is obtained by the grace of the Supreme Lord. That is called satisfaction. Tapas means, so that is satisfaction. Just be happy with whatever you got and preach. Tapas means austerity or penance. There are many rules and regulations in the Vedas which apply here, like rising early in the morning and taking a bath. Sometimes it is very troublesome to rise early in the morning, but whatever voluntary trouble one may suffer in this way is called penance. Similarly, there are prescriptions for fasting on certain days of the month. One may not be inclined to practice such fasting, but because of his determination to make advancement in the science of Krishna consciousness, he should accept such bodily troubles when they are recommended. However, one should not fast unnecessarily or against Vedic injunctions. One should not fast for some political purpose. He's pointing at Gandhi straight. That is described in Bhagavad Gita as fasting in ignorance. And anything done in ignorance or passion does not lead to spiritual advancement. Everything done in the mode of goodness does advance one, however, and fasting done in terms of the Vedic injunctions enriches one in spiritual knowledge. As far as charity is concerned, one should give 50% of his earnings to some good cause. Okay, so for those devotees who really want to work, you can. You do this. 50% of your income you give. Sorry, I edited Prabhupada's book. No, one should give 50% of his earnings to some good cause. And what is a good cause? It is that which is conducted in terms of Krishna consciousness. So, 50% of income you can give to Krishna, and then you go and work. Then you will realize that why should I work? That is not only a good cause, but the best cause, Krishna consciousness. Because Krishna is good, his cause is also good. Thus, charity should be given to a person who is engaged in Krishna consciousness. According to Vedic literature, it is enjoined that charity should be given to the Brahmanas. This practice is still followed, although not very nicely in terms of Vedic injunction. But still, the injunction is that charity should be given to the Brahmanas. Why? Because they're engaged in higher cultivation of spiritual knowledge. Brahmana is supposed to devote his whole life to understanding Brahman. Brahma janatiti Brahmana. One who knows Brahman is called Brahmana. Thus, charity is offered to the Brahmanas because they're always engaged in higher spiritual service and have no time to earn their livelihood. So, if one gives, again, the same point, even if somebody thinks that, hey, you were talking about full time, you are able to stay in the temple because others are donating. Okay, even if that is the case, right? Even then, this is the higher activity. Just now we discussed what is that? What is actually purifying? Because because you're giving the donation, the temple is running, or because the temple is running, your wealth is being purified by having a opportunity to donate to Krishna. Which is which? It is the second. Because yes, the temple is running. If you don't give, somebody else will give, or Krishna will make some other arrangement somewhere or other. But which is secondary? Which is the purifying factor, and which is the subsidiary factor? We should be very, very clear in our understanding. It's not because of the donations that the temple is running. It's because of the temple that the donations are being able to, the people are being able to do some pious activity. It is a service that the temple is providing for them to actually do something and purify their lives. Yajna dana tapah karma pavanani manishinam. They will purify. It's charity. So if there is no cause of preaching Krishna consciousness, what will people donate to? Their money will be with themselves. And that is like Ravana. Ravana wanted to keep Sita is Lakshmi. Lakshmi money, Sita same. So Lakshmi or money should be used in Narayan's service. Sita should be in Ram's service. So Hanuman wanted to see Sita and Ram together. Ravana wanted to see only Sita without Ram. So people are keeping money without giving it to the cause of God, Krishna. So that is Ravana mentality. So if there is a temple, some of their money can be at least dovetailed in Krishna's service, and that will purify them. So it is their lives, their future, which is depending on the temple, not the temple depending on them. Not that the future of the temple is dependent on them. Their future is dependent on the temple. Always, you should understand that very, very clearly. Which is primary and which is secondary. Brahma janati iti brahmana. So that's why Brahmanas are given donations. So because they have no time, looking for money. They are busy preaching. So others who are, earning, they should give. Now you may say, oh yeah, Prabhu, actually that's good. Yeah, you go and preach, we will give you. I will earn and I will give some donation. Well, 50% of it give. And then you will start thinking whether it is really worth working, because now 50% gone means I will only have this much, so much hard work, only this much. I think better I don't work. I should join temple full time. See, you can work. 50% to give. Then you work. You work hard as an ass. You really work. Day and night you work. Because you have to give more money to Krishna. Day and night you work like an ass. Give 50% to Krishna. Then you can work as hard as you want. Brahma janati iti Brahmana. One who knows Brahman is called Brahmana. Thus, charity is offered to the Brahmanas because they're always engaged in higher spiritual service. You see? And have no time to earn their livelihood. In Vedic literature, charity is also to be awarded to one in the renounced order of life, the sannyasi. The sannyasis beg from door to door not for money but for missionary purposes. The system is that they go door to door, from door to door, to awaken the householders from the slumber of ignorance. Because the householders are engaged in family affairs and have forgotten their actual purpose in life, which is awakening their Krishna consciousness, it is the business of the sannyasis to go as beggars to the householders and encourage them to be Krishna conscious. So one time, one guy, he was a Sikh gentleman. Sikh. So I went to the house because he had these Prabhupada's books which he wanted to give away to us. I don't know who put it in his house. I think someone's relative or what, maybe his father or what. But now he's an old man, so he wants to get rid of the books. And so I said, yeah, I think you can keep these books. You should read and all. It's okay. I'm not really following that much anything. My father used to do all this, but I'm sick. And if you don't mind, may I tell you something? And I said, yeah. See, in your culture in Hinduism, you have this idea of begging. Like brahmachari, you sannyasi, they all beg. But in Sikh, we are honorable. None of the Sikhs beg. We earn our livelihood, however hard it is. Of course, there are also thieves. That's a completely dishonorable occupation. But you will never find a Sikh beggar, he said, or hardly any. I said, okay, but you know what? We seem to be begging. We are not beggars. We come in the name of begging so that you will have, some charitable disposition. Okay, you know what, and I will give. So, but actually, that wealth will become purified because it will be employed in Krishna's service. So we are practicing humility in that sense because when we beg, we have to become humble, but not for our own. Not one single paisa from that goes for in our bank account. Everything goes for Krishna. So we are begging for Krishna, and missionary purposes when it is used in your wealth is become purified. So otherwise, if we demand, actually you should, like Hanuman, he forced Ravan to submit. He burned the Lanka and showed his might and power because he had that strength. Prabhupada said we are not as strong as Hanuman. So therefore, our manner of getting Lakshmi back to Ram, or Lakshmi back to Narayan, or Sita back to Ram, or money back to Krishna, because we can't demand like Hanuman and set fire to their businesses or what, and hold them hostage and ask for ransom. We can't do that. We don't have the power of Hanuman, but we can accept the policy of begging. But our mission is the same: to get the money back to Krishna, or Sita back to Ram, or Lakshmi back to Narayan. So mission is the same, tactic is employed differently in the name of begging. Same thing actually. Hmm. So that is being explained here. It is the business of sannyasis to go as beggars to the householders and encourage them to be Krishna conscious. As it is stated in the Vedas, one should awake and achieve what is due him in this human form of life. This knowledge and method is distributed by the sannyasis. Hence, charity is to be given to the renounced or renouncer of life, to the brahmanas, and similar good causes, not to any whimsical cause. Next is going on this purport. We're already at 11:42, but I want to complete this, and I'll try to rush it a little bit. Yashas, fame should be according to Lord Chaitanya. Yashas, fame should be according to Lord Chaitanya, who said that a man is famous when he is known as a great devotee. That is real fame. Because, for example, Prahlad Maharaj, millions of years later, we are still hearing his name. He's so famous. It transcends the limits of time. And even in the next Kalpa, for example, next Manvantara or whatever, Prahlad Maharaj, I think, is some what, sixth Manvantara or something, somewhere. Even now, we are after millions and millions of years, we're still reading about him. Who can have such fame? Yeah, just having some followers on Instagram. I'm famous, what famous? Famous among fools. What kind of famous that? So, but to be famous among the greatest of sages, who are the elites of the universe, and they chanting your name, they mentioning you. Oh, what kind of fame is that? Every day morning, Guru Vandana, we are saying, Ebe Jasha Ghushuk Tribhuvana. Guru Vandan song, last line. Ebe Jasha Ghushuk Tribhuvana. Guru, the pure Vaishnava Guru, is so famous that whole three worlds know him. He's that big of a person. Because he's preaching the glories of the Lord, the demigods even appreciate his service. The greatest of demigods. So by distance and by time, nobody can match the fame of a devotee. Krishna will make sure that his devotee becomes so famous. And even if he's not famous, you know, what does it matter anyway? But to be known as a great devotee is the greatest fame. But one should not become a devotee to get that fame. Then he will never become a devotee. Krishna will make sure that he will never become famous. But if we serve Krishna, then Krishna will serve the devotee by making him famous and all that. But devotee is not bothered with that fame. If he's at all famous and if people respect him for that, then he will use that respect to channel it to Krishna. Okay, you respect me, then hear what I say. Here, you're a rascal. Now Krishna is Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are his servant, serve him. Stop your nonsense service to Maya, you are being cheated. Uh, go back home, back to Godhead. So he will preach. Hmm. So Yash's fame should be according to Lord Chaitanya, who said that a man is famous when he is known as a great devotee. That is real fame. If one has become a great man in Krishna consciousness and it is known, then he is truly famous. One who does not have such fame is infamous. Shravit vara hoshta khare samstuta purusha pashu nayat karna pathopeto jatu nama gada grajah. 2319 Bhagavatam. Men who are like dogs, hogs, camels, and asses praise those men who never listen to the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, the deliverer from evils. So if we are famous among dogs, hogs, camels, and asses, is that really, you know, worthwhile fame? It's not. So this so-called modern fame, I mean, there's just being famous among some materialistic people are like, being famous among dogs, hogs, and camels and asses. They may praise, but what is the point? All these qualities are manifest throughout the universe in human society and in the society of the demigods. There are many forms of humanity on other planets, and these qualities are there. You see how Prabhupada is very nice. There are many forms of humanity on other planets, and these qualities are there. Now, for one who wants to advance in Krishna consciousness, Krishna creates all these qualities, but hmm? the person develops them himself from within. I think something's wrong with the sentence, I feel. Now, for one who wants to advance in Krishna consciousness, Krishna creates all these qualities, but the person develops them himself from within. Okay. Krishna has created all these qualities because in the verse, Krishna said, I created all these qualities. So, Krishna creates all these qualities, but the person develops them himself from within. So, Yasyastu Bhaktir Bhagavat Kinchana, Sarvair Gunair Tatra Samasate Suraha. Hmm. पराभक्तसुगतो महद्गुणा मनोरथे नासति धावतो बहिः. All the demigods and their exalted qualities such as religion, knowledge, and renunciation become manifest in the body of one who has developed unalloyed devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. On the other hand, a person devoid of devotional service and engaged in material activities has no good qualities. Even if he is adept at the practice of mystic yoga or the honest endeavor for maintaining family and relatives, he must be driven by his own mental speculations and must engage in the service of the Lord's external energy. How can there be any good qualities in such a man? So, this is what Prabhupada is referring to here. Now, for one who wants to advance in Krishna consciousness, Krishna creates all these qualities, but the person develops them himself from within. One who engages in the devotional service of the Lord develops all the good qualities as arranged by the Supreme Lord. Of whatever we find, good or bad, the origin is Krishna. Nothing can manifest itself in this material world which is not in Krishna. That is knowledge. Although we know that things are differently situated, we should realize that everything flows from Krishna. So I'd like to stop here. Any questions or comments? I think there are some comments here. Let's see. Thank you for joining the class, even though it was late, started late and all that. And I did not give any warning. I just started the class. I think for the good half an hour only, I think 3 or 4 people were there on the class. So if animals are engaged in the service, they will also benefit, right, Prabhu? People can use them as vehicles to travel to various places of pilgrimage. Yeah. And not just pilgrimage. I mean, even if they are engaged in, business activities of, farmers, carrying their stuff here around. Even if you want to make the oil, there is a, bull has to be used to make the cold pressed oil. So they can be engaged in so many ways, and even if they are for economical reasons. But if that Vaishya who's, for example, dealing with these animals and contributing to Krishna's, Brahmanas, and even those animals are being used in the Krishna service, in that way, everything becomes faultless. So if the humans are offering the results of their work to Krishna, so whether the animals are being used for pilgrimage or ferrying devotees or even economic, activities, directly or indirectly, they're all serving the ultimate cause of Haritoshanam. Because this only will happen if the human society is engaged in Varnashram system, where everybody engages in his own occupation, but everybody serves Krishna with his occupation under the direction of the Brahmanas. And in this way, there is a hierarchy of purification, and one who is at the Brahmanical order, they are the most pure, and they are the ones who will lead the others. And anyone who cooperates, men or animals, in that mission, directly or indirectly, they all get benefited. So that's the that's the point. How to have a structured and organized thought process while preaching. Well, you start preaching, and Krishna will give the intelligence. Dadami buddhi yogam tam. I can tell you techniques here and there, but honestly, you will realize these techniques as you preach. So, so one thing is to write. Prabhupada wanted people to write and preach, repeat. So when you write, then you have to actually organize your thoughts in presenting a subject matter, and it has to be convincing. The argument has to be convincing. So I have to bring out. So first of all, I have to read sufficiently enough for me to actually then have some ideas on what I can write, what I think about. Then I can make that into output, stitching together what I read, what I understood, and then you know um, repurposing that, and then sharing that in the form of writing or something like that. And yeah, that will help. And always be guided by the verses. Then our organized thought will be organized. We should learn the verses, memorize them, and see how the devotees are using those verses in different contexts, and in which context they use which verses. So then next time, like for Prabhupada, always quotes some very common verses, and we know, okay, for this thing we have to quote that verse. So if we regularly hear that, then we will also know how to quote where and what. So in this way, eventually over time, all that becomes very well oiled and smooth. If you're a reflection of devotee Prabhuji, I don't even exist actually. Well, hmm, that is your humility, but honestly, I mean, if we are introspective, we will find too many faults in ourselves. So actually, devotee is a very heavy word. So when I listen to Srimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita or Acharya's books, I feel goosebumps and start realizing we are nothing, absolute nothing, not even zero in comparison to Shastric stories, but still have ego. Yeah, that's the problem. Nicely explain about the surrender of these devotees. Just to serve the Lord, they will do anything. So, yeah, devotees like Kaikeyi or even Jay and Vijay and all this, they will do anything. Truth is saying so beautifully explained, listening just before sleeping. Well, the whole point of this is to awaken. I know you're. It's, but I think I don't know where are you in India or what? I think it's not as late as in Singapore. It's still 5 minutes to 12 midnight here. In India, karmis or even some katha speakers, they often call devatas as Bhagwan, as if Bhagwan is just a upadhi. Association with you, devotees of Prabhupada is a treasure, real lottery win and jackpot of life. It's Krishna consciousness. Hari Bol, Hare Krishna. So I don't know, I don't qualify for this, but yeah, we should create a community of devotees where everybody inspires each other, and we should join, and we should, as much as we have been inspired by others, we have to inspire others. We have to, pass on that baton of inspiration to others, and as much as possible, if we follow nicely and if we preach, then people will, sincere people will follow, and they also will. So we have to all give our lives for this. We can't be satisfied just being saved. We should save others, and not that we are big saviors again. Be the instrument of Prabhupada in saving them. That's it. But they have to be saved anyway, right? And in the process, we are ourselves getting saved. Prabhu, can you expose the Siddha Swarup Guru of SIF? What is SIF? He claims to be Vaishnava, but the titles he has on his website seem superior than Prabhupada. Calls himself Jagat Guru. Ah, yeah, he had a problem since Prabhupada's time itself. He always, Tushta Krishna, Siddha Swarup, all these people had problem. Anyway, I'll see. What a profound class. Sorry about Hare Krishna. Yeah, Srila Prabhupada. I often say to myself, I'm demonic, fallen, contaminated by the illusory and Maya. But how merciful is the Lord and His pure devotee Srila Prabhupada upon me, so that I can cease all unnecessary activities and religiously hearing this class and association. Mm. This class will have purifying effect only because of this side of the screen. This, this. I am being purified by this part of the screen. Um, so I can purify and start devoting myself more and more to the Supreme Lord. Hmm. We should start. I think you are, I think, in somewhere in Mauritius, if I'm not wrong. Prabhu Gyani. We want to come to Mauritius. Actually, if you start something there, I'm telling you, we're going to come there. We'll have some good time there preaching and developing the programs there. However small it may be, give it a start, and then you have to preach wherever you are. You all have to preach so that we also can come and associate with you. Now there is no reason for me to travel to Mauritius. If I travel to Mauritius, people will say, "Hey, you're going to beach or what?" But if I now travel to Mauritius and you are there and we're going to preach, that's what we have to go for. So otherwise, we have no reason to travel anywhere. If there are devotees, if there are people who want to preach and expand the preaching, there's reason for us to travel, and there's reason for us to even associate with ourselves, each other. So do something there, and get some guidance and start something there. Very easy, just like even at your home, start a weekly program and go out, have a place, a table, and start distributing books and start collecting contacts and reach out to them, message them, call them, follow up with them, and make them, devotees, cultivate them. So in this way, engage in kirtan, have a harinam kirtan on the streets, you know, distribute prasadam to other people and engage the others whoever are interested also in the helping in the cooking, and they also feel inspired and involved. Then this way, nurture a small community, and then it will start growing, and devotees can also come. We can have a festival, you know, and that way we can have these nice interactions and preaching interactions. We can all meet each other in the activity of preaching, you know. So wherever, I mean, not only Prabhu Gyani but also others. I think Aero Prabhu is here. He's from Finland, and Sami Prabhu is here. I already told them the other time itself. They're also thinking on those lines where they want to start a preaching and all that. That should be done everywhere, and then we will be more than glad. Prabhu is waiting to travel anywhere and everywhere. and I would also follow him if the visas allow my Indian passport to go anywhere. I couldn't go to Australia because my visas was rejected. So yeah, I mean we can do that. Um, what else? Thank you. Okay, everyone needs a Kindle instead of iPhone. Yeah, actually, e-reader is good, very good. There's no distraction, and I can just like read and go on reading. Only thing is that I can't search immediately. But reading when you're reading, yeah, it's very good. For searching, I find the app is better. And if you have a library, if you have a space for a library, then you can have the books and all. But effective when a fast searching, the app is good. A lot of other things are also there in that phone. Yeah, for reading, it's good. Kindle is very very good. Mhm. We have to be simple and straightforward. So how to be that much straightforward without any diplomatic mindset? Question by Dibale. Well, diplomacy is still used in Krishna's service. You know, I showed this one. Uh, hmm. A diplomat in the material world knows how to deal with people, especially in political affairs. Some of the great devotees of the Lord, like Ramanand Rai, Raghunath Das Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, and Rupa Goswami, were government officers and had a background of very opulent householder life. Consequently, they knew how to deal with people. In many instances, we have seen the diplomacy of Rupa Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, and Ramananda Rai employed in the service of the Lord. When Raghunath Das Goswami's father and uncle were to be arrested by government officials, Raghunath Das Goswami hid them and personally met the government officers and settled the affair diplomatically. This is but one instance. Similarly, Sanatan Goswami, after resigning his ministership, was thrown in jail and he bribed the attendant of the jail so he could leave the clutches of the Nawab and live with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now we see Ramanand Rai, a most confidential devotee of the Lord, diplomatically soften the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, despite the fact that the Lord definitely decided not to meet the king. This is about King Prataparudra. Lord initially did not want to meet him, but Ramanand Rai was diplomatically talking to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in a way to soften Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's heart. The diplomacy of Ramanand Rai and entreaties of Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya and all the other great devotees succeeded. The conclusion is that diplomacy used for the service of the Lord is a form of devotional service. Now, here we are seeing another thing because usually diplomacy is considered a bad quality, but no, does not necessarily have to be bad. You can see diplomacy in the words of Prabhupada. For example, you know, many times, and you see his letters. He's always being very diplomatic. He's always very encouraging, and even small things that the devotees are doing, he's appreciating greatly. Of course, from the heart it comes, but also sometimes, just to instill more service attitude from his devotees, he will say things. For example, he said once, when I was a small boy, my father bought me a gun, toy gun, to play with, and I was not satisfied. I told my father, I want two. I want one gun for each hand. My father bought it. So similarly, you have distributed so many books, double it. So please be my, please these are like our guns, these are like our shooting Maya. So you have distributed so many books, very good. Now double it. I want double of the distribution. So please make me happy with that. Just like my father made me happy with two guns in my hands. So that's a diplomatic statement. I mean, it's a sweet statement, but he made it to instill more of that service attitude. And out of affection, the devotees would go out and distribute even more books for Prabhupada. So, and another, I mean, there's so many. Tushta Krishna Swami, he wanted to become a guru. Prabhupada said, at least until your guru has not left his body, don't accept that. After that, you can accept as many as you want. So that is also kind of to stop his, offense of initiating in the physical presence of spiritual master. So that is even more offensive. So he wanted to save him from that offense. So he said, okay, after I pass away, then you at least wait until I go. I mean, is that even a nice word to say to the disciple? And a disciple should he be happy with that? Nowadays, the ISKCON gurus, they quote this. And see, Prabhupada said this is the law of disciplic succession. The law of disciplic succession is not to wait for your guru to pass away and so that you can initiate. That is not at all the law of disciplic succession. Okay. The law of disciplic succession is that he has to be qualified and ordered by his guru in order to become guru. That is the law of disciplic succession. Now, these people quote this letter. See, Prabhupada said, after we can accept disciples without limit in the absence of the spiritual master. So, oh, then why don't everybody become guru? Why then Gaudiya Math is wrong? But why Prabhupada criticized Gaudiya Math? If everybody can become guru without limitation and they can accept disciples, and all of them are correct, na Gaudiya Math. But Prabhupada said they're wrong. So we should understand this in the proper context, in the proper way. These people are just misquoting these things. So anyway, so that is diplomacy by Prabhupada. By you know, sometimes it may be a little bit compromising, not exactly compromising, but seemingly, but because he's giving preference to a more important rule of not of saving him from the more grave offense of initiating in the presence of spiritual master. So to save him from that more grave offense, he is offering him a candy of a future position of guru. After I go away, you can do that kind of thing. At least to avert him from doing at that point. Prabhupada was doing these things, and many a times he employed diplomacy. So many examples I can give, but it's getting late. So, yeah. So it is straightforward, but in the same way, diplomacy. But in the same thing, diplomacy also is used. Many times his disciples were not up to the mark, but he encouraged them, and sometimes chastised them, but also encouraged them. You know, he employed his diplomacy in training his disciples because yes, a guru, a disciple should be, able to take chastisement and all that, but they were not. They were already grown ups. They were already like and they're not used to this thing. So while training them, he's giving them hot and cold treatment. Sometimes cool, sometimes hot, sometimes most of the time he kind of encouraged them, but he also chastised them. Those who could take it, those who are more senior, closer to him, he chastised them also. But only when they came to that level of being able to take the chastisement. In the beginning, he just like just was encouraging them somehow or other. And even in their progress in devotional life, if they're sensitive enough and if they can't take really that kind of thing, then he just encourage them in whichever place they were, but also push them further, 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 like that. Um, but it is in our interest, it is in our best interest to want to be chastised, or not exactly want to be chastised, but open to chastisement. Not that we should do stupid things only to get chastised. No, we should be open to chastisement, and that's in how we will be open to chastisement when we become close and when we trust the other person. Then we will take the chastisement. So I should have enough trust in the devotee. I should develop the trust. I should work towards that. Not that the senior devotee should work towards that. Yeah, he will try his best, but he can't give personal attention to everyone, right? So I must make effort uh, in order to develop a rapport. So and then it is eventually will. So Everything has its place in Krishna's service. But yeah, we have to speak straightforward truth. And while training, we have to be a little bit diplomatic as well. You know, there is use of it, everything in its proper place. As we become more and more, advanced, we will be shown, we'll be given, Krishna will give us intelligence how to conduct ourselves. Um, so among species, we are about approximately 5%, and even smaller percentage when counting the number of individual humans compared to other entities on Earth. Yeah, and smaller percentage means in the 0.0000000000000, that kind of numbers we're talking about. Because we can't even count the number of ants. That's just one species. I mean, one type of ants. Even there are many types of ants, many types of insects, many types of worms, many types of microbes, and then there are trees which are. How can you count? How can you count? Here also, most buy a car and then have to work just to maintain the car so that they can work. Endless cycle. Yeah. And amongst humans, only a tiny percentage who know about Krishna, and even smaller percentage those who follow Prabhupada the right way, the real minority of all. Yeah, this is minority of the minority. But ekaschandrastamohanti nachatara sahasrashah. One moon is better than millions and trillions of stars. So if you have one proper devotee, Prabhupada said everywhere, every country you make one Roop and Sanatan, they will carry forward the preaching. Preaching how to expand to other countries, make a Roop and Sanatan, they will preach. So we need that ekaschandrastamohanti. Devale. I have read from Prabhupada book, I think that even if one is very poor, he should not waste his time just to earn money, which is absolutely correct. Yeah. This is so rare that I can't even comprehend it. It's true. It's to get this kind of treasure, we have to be extremely fortunate is an understatement. Mm, if we don't preach, so Dimitri Prabhu is asking, if we don't preach, that is the 10th offense. It is offense. Not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy name and to maintain material attachments despite understanding. Yeah, it is so offense. You know. Um, Sai Karti is asking, Prabhu, what if one is not fully ready to surrender to the temple? Should he still work or should he take up a job where he can work less and get more time to engage in Krishna consciousness? No. He should read more. Hmm. See, if you have a family, if you are already working, that's another thing. You especially are still a bachelor. And if you're not fully ready to surrender to the temple, so you should ask yourself, why are you not ready? Don't feed your lack of surrender. Don't feed the lack of surrender. Oh, but still, since I'm not ready to join the temple, therefore I should work and take up a job. And no, no. First, start to think, why are you not ready to surrender to the temple? What is the situation that's stopping you from surrendering to the temple? Question that first, and you will realize that it's only in your head you're not surrendering. So how do I surrender? Read more, associate with those who have surrendered, and see how they surrender. Then you will be inspired to surrender. Associate with surrendered people, then you will surrender. So that's how we should build our surrender. Work on your surrender, increasing the surrender. Don't work to create a life which accommodates your lack of surrender. So don't default to that. Okay. So if one is already in the family life, yeah, I can totally understand. But you are a young boy. You should totally think of surrender. And if you're not yet there, yeah, associate with devotees, you will get there. No problem. It's not a difficult thing to surrender. It is a very simple thing. It is not easy only because we don't want to. When you say you're not ready to surrender, it's because you don't want to. You know, if you want to surrender, you can surrender. You're not ready to surrender means you don't want to surrender. That's actually what it means. So, how to get from I don't want to surrender to I want to surrender? Well, I just have to surrender. You will never want to surrender. There's never a time you will want to surrender. You are always either are forced to surrender by circumstantial, you know, causes, or somebody has to push you to surrender. So, वैराग्ययुग्भक्तिरसं प्रयत्नैर् अपाययन्माम् अनभीप्सुमन्धम् कृपाम्बुधिर्यः परदुःखदुःखी सनातनस्तं प्रभुमाश्रयामि. I was unwilling. Raghunath Das Goswami is praising Sanatana Goswami like this. I was unwilling to drink the nectar of devotional service possessed of renunciation. But Sanatana Goswami, out of his causeless mercy, made me drink it, even though I was otherwise unable to do so. Therefore, he is an ocean of mercy. He is very compassionate to fallen souls like me, and thus it is my duty to offer my respectful obeisances unto his lotus feet. This is the thing. There will be in our life, if we want to surrender, there will be in our life a devotee or few devotees who will inspire the devotion in our heart by speaking, by their actions, by their example. They will inspire the devotion. So let me associate more with devotees so that I can be inspired. Once I'm in their association, then I will want to surrender. That's it. Work on increasing your surrender. Don't create a life which accommodates your lack of surrender. It is easy to always fall back to the lesser standard. No, fight for the standard. Fight for the actual absolute best standard. Be as much as these, sports persons want to be the top of the world, we should similarly want to be top in this following this philosophy. Why should we want to settle for something that is mediocre? Why? If Krishna says this is the topmost, let's fight for the topmost. Let there be transcendental competition. I mean, let there be, that competitive spirit fighting with Maya. Not that, yeah, if you cannot do this, do that. If you cannot do that, do that. There will be lower and lower things to do. Why should I settle for the lowest thing? There is a price. Yes, you can do the lowest thing. There is a price you have to pay for that. That is, it will take many, 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 many more lives for you to reach Krishna compared to when you take the bold path of surrendering to Krishna. If you want a comfortable, happy ride in this material world, which is a misnomer, then you can take the slow path and, take the path that comforts you until Krishna just gives you the kick in the ass. You know, you'll jump into the fire of Krishna consciousness. Otherwise, surrender. You know what is lacking? Discipline. Disciple means discipline. He has to just do, not reason. As there's a saying, Prabhu used to quote this from a poem. A soldier's duty is not to reason why, but to do or die. So that is the real thing. We have to be a soldier. We are not here to ask if the commander says, okay, go here. Why, sir? No, no, no. Go there. That's it. So we have to be direct. That is the discipline we have to accept. I have to do. That's it. Then, yes, you will see the bliss of Krishna consciousness when you do that. Otherwise, It'll be elusive, my friend. But is the anxiety different than the anxiety of material things? So is it negative feeling at all, or does it feel different? Can you have a so-called positive anxiety or a positive worry? Yes, it doesn't feel like the material anxiety at all. Because you're not worried about your existence at all. You're not worried about your, but you're worried for Krishna's service. Even as you're feeling that anxiousness, you have this simultaneous, complete lack of anxiety for yourself, but you're completely anxious for that service to go on. It is totally different from um, personal anxiety for our own maintenance and all. We are not worried about our maintenance at all. It doesn't even bother. We can somehow survive. But Krishna's service cannot go down. So that is what one will be really concerned about. It does feel different. Very, very different. So once you feel that, when you take Krishna, your service as your baby, then you will feel that. Yeah, so this is the Prabhupada is saying the other living beings are many 100,000 times bigger quantity. If they can be maintained by God, what we have done that He will not maintain us? He will maintain us. He is maintaining. So this is a very good thing because if we understand that we are absolute minority in this world and we are worried about our existence, whereas the majority is not really worried. I mean, they are worried in a way, but they are provided for. But if the majority is worrying about their existence, ahara nidra bhaya maithunam cha, and we also worry. They worry because they don't know that Krishna is supplying, but Krishna is actually supplying. Like the lion, if he wants to eat a deer, there has to be deer in existence for him to even eat the deer. So Krishna has to provide that deer into existence. So Krishna is providing. Krishna is also providing him with the strength to catch that deer or antelope or wildebeest or buffalo or whatever. He's giving him strength to do that. So Krishna is giving everything. Mm, But the animals cannot see it. The difference between animals and human is the animals can't see anything beyond that. But we can if we apply our intelligence to the Shastra and Guru and Sadhu. But if we worry like the animals, like the majority, who are anyway given all facilities, why will Krishna not give us facility if we serve him? So that is proper understanding of surrender and minority. Not mass but class, yeah. But in the bigger picture, we are not minority because the spiritual world is a lot bigger. Yes, that's true. Only in the material world we are minority. Actually, the souls in the material world are a minority compared to the spiritual world. So the minority of them are rascals. Majority of them are the devotees actually. But in the material world, minority are devotees. Somebody is asking, what is this? What do you think of Shah Rukh Khan accepting Shirdi Sai Baba as a spiritual master since you said that Sai Rab should preach to Muslim? Who is accepting him as spiritual master? Anyway, completely irrelevant question. I'm going to totally ignore that. Useless question. He should not waste his opportunity. It's so rare to even get this knowledge and association opportunity to serve Prabhupada. Yes. I don't know I should ask this question or not, but how do you deal with temple politics if there is or a new temple going devotee should react on it? Well, you will learn when you're advancing, then you will learn. Main thing, it's not about temple politics and all. It's about Trinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sahishuna Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. If we remember this verse, we will be able to handle any situation at any level. Mostly we forget. That's the point. So we should remember. then we will. The problems happen only when devotees forget this. Then they have to be managed. They have to be somehow corrected, and if they cannot be corrected, they would better get lost, get out, and don't stay here and don't spoil others like that. So basically, it's about this. The whole struggle is about the third verse of Shikshashtaka. Mm. Started taking make notes on Prabhupada books as I've advised in my previous classes, but I have one doubt. Are the notes to be strictly Shastra or can I write my realizations along also in writing? Yeah, you can write your realization. You can write those. So they can be, if you want to refer back, you can have that quote and the realization, what you have written. And eventually some of them can actually become articles and you can publish them, things like that. The whole point is to, you know, express our realizations as well. Mm. This. Who is this asking? What is this? डिस्ट्रैक्शन से बच के डिसिप्लिन कंसिस्टेंस के साथ पढ़ाई मतलब कर्म योग का कैसे पालन करें? मुझसे बार बार गलत हरकतें हो जाते हैं, प्लीज हेल्प। और फिर रिस्टार्ट नहीं कर पाता हूँ। चल यार, भगवत गीता आप पढ़े हैं पहले? पहले भगवत गीता पढ़िए, फिर आपको समझ में आएगा क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है। ये डिसिप्लिन और कंसिस्टेंसी से आप स्पिरिचुअल लाइफ, आध्यात्मिक जीवन में अ, अपने एफर्ट्स रखनी है। ऐसे नहीं कि आप कर्मयोग कैसे कहते हैं उसको? जब आप सिर्फ अ, कर्म में लगे रहे हैं और आप पढ़ते भी नहीं हैं भगवत गीता, तो वो कर्मयोग कैसे हो जाता है? वो नहीं होता है कर्मयोग, ऐसे नहीं होता है कर्मयोग। आप एक काम कीजिए, आप भगवत गीता पढ़िए। आपके नज़दीक जो भी इस्कॉन मंदिर है, वहाँ जाके आप एक भगवत गीता लेके खरीद खरीद के पढ़ना शुरू कीजिए आप। वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। और हमारे ग्रुप भी है, टेलीग्राम ग्रुप, आई थिंक लिंक दिया हुआ है कमेंट सेक्शन में। तो वो टेलीग्राम आप ज्वाइन कीजिए, वहाँ भी आपको गाइडेंस मिलेगा। बहुत सारे भक्तजन हैं उधर, तो आप सीख सकते हैं उनसे। ठीक है? हरे कृष्ण। Okay, thank you for answering. I'll also say more. Okay, guys. Okay, one more question. One works and donates 50% of salary. Can he be a good devotee and be eligible to advance spiritually? Yeah, he can advance. But why only 50%? 100% give your life to Krishna. That is better than 50%. So think on those lines. Don't settle for the lesser one. Okay. All right. So thank you all very much. Hare Krishna. श्री प्रभुपाद की जय, भगवद गीता की जय, अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय, श्री प्रभुपाद की जय, निताय गौर प्रेमानंद, हरि हरि बोल, हरे कृष्ण।